All right, everyone. I want to welcome you all to the MIT Tournament of Memory Champions. This is the first of its kind, and essentially there's a yearly tournament, but for the 25th anniversary, Karen had the idea of, well, why don't we get all past champions and let's see if we can, make a big show of it at MIT. And although it's been a lot of work for me, it's been enjoyable and gratifying putting this together. Now, here's the program for the day. What we're basically going to be doing is alternating events by the memorists, the memory athletes, and some talks that will illustrate for the audience how memory works. There's the schedule, there's our sponsor, and before I say something about the memorist, I just want to talk about the two objectives today that we want to accomplish, and this is for all the speakers throughout. And it's that memory is not what you think it is. It is a learned skill, not an innate capacity. And Tony Dotino should patent this statement: memory is a verb, not a noun. That kind of emphasizes and embodies what the U.S. Memory Championship is about. And each and every one of you can improve your memory to a remarkable degree with only a little training using the proper mnemonic techniques. And some people will go over what that training is. So although we're going to do some talks, first and foremost, this event is about the memory athletes. These 16, or I think we have missing one or two, 14 or 15 people sitting right here. Each and every one of them, just to make it to this stage, has worked incredibly hard. They've either won a past event or they've done very well in the past event. And this event, more than anything, is meant to celebrate their efforts, because when you see what they do, I'm pretty sure you're all going to be blown away. Okay, so before they come up onto stage, what I want to do now is turn the microphone over to Tony Dotino, who has been the organizer and president of the U.S. Memory Championship organization for 25 years. And he has been a real visionary talking about the effects of memory on cognitive health.
Thank you so much, Robert. It is an incredible experience when you think about when I started this. What I was trying to do is I had started to learn as an executive at IBM, how do you make employees be more creative? And I went to a seminar on creativity, and the whole seminar was, how do you get people to absorb information, to store it, retain it, and then spontaneously use it as new information comes to it? And that we call memory. And so people ask me, how did I get into this whole topic of memory? It's because I was trying to help employees at IBM become more creative in a competitive market we had on a global scale. What I began to learn when I talked to people about memory, I'm in Times Square, New York City with NBC TV one day, and they've got me there at a host talking about memory, and they put their microphones on and they put their cameras on, and there's got to be 300 people who come flood the stage that we were on in the middle of Times Square. As soon as the host of NBC announced, and Mr. Dotino would like to find someone that would like to enter the USA Memory Championship, 300 people turned around and ran in the opposite direction faster than you could imagine. And the host looked at me and said, "This is terrible. Look at what just happened." And I said, "You've got the biggest piece of news that you could possibly have on a topic that people believe they can't change, they can't modify, they can't, and yet we've got Alzheimer's, dementia, and all kinds of cognitive impairments impacting our population, and nobody's teaching anyone how they can improve their memories." Such became the USA Memory Championship. And the very first event we did in 1997 was in a Park Central hotel, and we had more newspaper, media, TV, radio, cameras, and things than we had mental athletes that competed. And as I said on a TV interview one day, I could probably go to New York City and get more people on TV being naked than I can to put their brains on display in a memory competition. And so to me, the people, the men and women that you're going to see here today are already winners in what I call the big picture called the game of life. And so to that, I am just so thrilled that we were able to get people to come here today and put their brains on display in a competition of the best of the best. And so congratulations to those, because from my perspective already, as we get each of you to come up and talk about it, you've already won in the most important game of living your life. And with that, I'd like to turn this over to Seth, who is from Lumosity, and I'm going to let him tell you, why has Lumosity got such an interest in this, and what are they all doing about, and what's that table doing outside?
Thank you, Tony, and thank you again, Robert, for putting in all that hard work to get today's event organized. And thank you to all of you for taking the time out of your day to attend this event. I'm incredibly excited for you to be able to see what the competitors today are capable of, and I think it will really demonstrate to you exactly what our minds are capable of. And notice I said our minds, because even though we have the best of the best up here, and mostly what separates them from any of us is just how much work they've put into training their memory. And these are improvements that anyone in this room can accomplish and see for themselves. And at Lumos Labs, as makers of Lumosity, we are firm believers in this concept that the human cognition can be improved at any stage in life, and we love to celebrate that fact. And a little bit later today, my colleague, Kevin Midori, will come up here to tell you a little bit more about the science of what can be accomplished through cognitive brain training, and also how memory fits into this broader notion of cognition and the way we think and the way we problem solve. And so before I turn things over and we kick this whole thing off, like I said, and like you've been hearing already, today is all about realizing that our minds are capable of a lot more than most of us might imagine. And so before we start, I just want you guys to take a moment to do just that. Imagine for a minute what you would do with a better memory. Would you memorize facts that you find really interesting so you could share them with others? Would you memorize poems, songs, or maybe even entire books to entertain yourselves in quiet moments, or again, to share them with others? How would it affect your education or your career, or maybe even your relationships with the people that you love, if you could remember just a little bit more? And with that, I'll turn things back over to Robert to kick off today's event, and I hope you guys all enjoy.
Okay, and Karen Pinson is going to be running all of the events, and she's going to introduce all of the memorists, and they'll each come up, talk about themselves a little bit, and then we will start with the event. Hold the applause for all of them until we finish the introduction.
Welcome, good afternoon. I'm glad you picked the best thing in Cambridge to do on a Sunday afternoon. You're going to meet some incredibly, extraordinarily ordinary people. These are some of my favorite people on this planet. Athletes, as I call you up, your names have been randomized in order. First seat here is number 1, down to seat number 14. For the audience, this matters as to who was recalling, when they're recalling, and that kind of thing. As we go from event to event, we will go from 1 to 14, and then for the next event, we'll reverse 14 back to 1. So as I invite you up, please feel free to take a moment, greet the audience, and tell them whatever it is you want to tell them about yourself. So the first undesirable seat, seat 1, is someone's lucky seat. As he said, his first competition in Florida, he joined us this September and finished in the top 3, Briley Lewis.
Hi everyone, my name is Briley Lewis. I'm from Wichita, Kansas, but I'm currently serving in the Dominican Republic as a Peace Corps volunteer, and I'm here in Boston for this weekend. I got into memory 1 year ago after looking at Nelson Dellis' videos, and I started practicing and using the techniques for myself. So thank you all very much.
Welcome. And if I can ask, I know you guys want to greet each and every one. I forgot, my bad. Please hold the applause until we're done. The second competitor for the second seat is somebody who last time competed was on this stage, Tuan Bowie. Okay, perfect. Yep. Right there. You can stand by, yeah, where your seat's going to be. It's up to you. Yep.
Hi, my name is Tuan Bowie. I'm from Hershey, Pennsylvania, but I currently work as a research assistant at Yale University in New Haven, Connecticut. I first started competing in 2015, 2016 as a freshman in high school. I was part of the Hershey High School's memory team under Mrs. Silvestri. And even though I haven't competed in 5 years, I'm hoping to do well today. Thank you.
Welcome back, Tuan. And our third seat will be somebody who started competing with us when we went virtually, Samay Shah.
Hi, I'm Samay. I'm a senior in high school right now, and I'm really excited to be here. I've been competing since 8th grade, so it's been a really fun journey.
Welcome. In our next seat, in our fourth seat, this is somebody who started competing with us based on her high school team and an extraordinary visionary named Colette Silvestri. She is hearing impaired, but does not know what that limitation looks like. Sophia Hugh.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sophia Hu, and I'm from DC, and I'm excited to be involved in this competition today. It's been a long time since high school, about maybe since 2013. So, thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Our fifth seat goes to somebody who's absolutely amazing, again, starting young, Erdem Dungul. Erdem, here you go.
Hi, I'm Erdem. I'm from DC. I'm 15 years old this year, and I first got into memory after I stole the book my mom was reading, which was Moonwalking with Einstein, and became really interested in memory, and I'm glad to be here today. Thank you.
We're glad to have you. Our next is another competitor. When she first started competing, she was sitting in the back watching her team because she didn't think she would be good enough. So we scored her offline. She would have placed first in that very competition. Grace Smith, come take your place.
Hi, my name is Grace Smith. I'm from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Like Karen said, I've been competing since I was 13, and what do I do? Oh, I work at autism support in an elementary school back home, and I'm really excited to be competing again.
Welcome back, Grace. We're glad to have you. Next up is somebody who came to the competition from reading someone else, a prior champion's memory materials. He has consistently placed in our finals. Dr. Avi Chavda.
Hey everyone, I'm Avi Chavda. I'm an interventional spine and pain management physician. I run my own private practice in Dallas, Texas. And I last competed in 2018 on this very stage. That was actually the very first time I competed in memory competitions after having read or used the program by a fellow contestant, Ron White. And I took a little hiatus after 2018, and this is my first year back in competition. Thanks.
Welcome back. We're glad to have you. Next up is somebody who came and joined us when we shifted to virtual competitions again. I chuckled when competing with long-term memory, I taught him something about his state. They have a national park. Jason, come on up.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jason Smith. I'm in Lewisburg, West Virginia, very close to that national park in West Virginia. I'm a prison psychologist, and I'm happy to be here and compete and see how I do.
Welcome. We're glad to have you. Next up is a brand newcomer to our competition who is absolutely amazing, and she stunned us in a good way at our finals this year. I'm glad she could figure out her schedule to make it. Patricia Lee.
Hello, my name is Patricia Elodie, and I'm a senior in college coming from Texas. I was actually introduced or indoctrinated into the world of memory sports around 8 years old when I got sent to detention for cheating on a math test. I could not for the life of me figure out double-digit multiplication the way they taught it. It was just so confusing. So I took it upon me to go home, take out 14 pages of printer paper, and write out a 100 times 100 times table and memorize the whole thing. It was only until later that I realized this was pretty useless because it's finite and I still didn't understand what the operation really meant. But it was also a lot of similar anecdotes at that time, including, I'm sure a lot of the NAs share the same story of memorizing pi when you're a kid because you're bored, that got teachers saying, maybe you should compete. For about a decade, I did not care because I was very spiteful about people telling me I was wasting my talent. I also, I struggle with PTSD, and part of why my memory is so good is just as without really, as it was as a child was because I just saw triggers everywhere, and those triggers are usually just numbers. When I finally bit the bullet on competing this year, part of what I've been doing for CBT is actually reprogramming a lot of what I already have encoded in my head, and that's actually been working. And so other than just sharing the rhetoric that I love that the USAMC shares about anyone being able to improve their memory and program their memory, I also wanted to show that it's possible to reprogram it as well if needed. I didn't quite have as much time, as Karen mentioned, to really prepare for today, but that's okay because I'm really happy to be here to at least share this sport with everybody. I hope this is a kind of event that can continue to go on so that we can finally pioneer the sports in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patricia. We are so glad you made it with us. Our next seat goes to our 2020 virtual champion. 2020, as you all know, things kind of turned upside down, and we were challenged to be creative to find a new way to compete. So with the support of Lumosity, our sponsor, and Memory League, we came up with our very first competition, and the winner of that was McKenna Good. McKenna has stayed with us through in-person finals and has consistently been a strong mnemonist.
Hi, my name is McKenna Good. I'm from Lebanon, Pennsylvania, but I currently work at a zoo in Richmond, Virginia. I first got into memory, kind of like what Patricia said when I was a kid. I started memorizing pi because I was bored. But I didn't know any of the techniques back then. I actually did see a TV show with John Graham where he was talking about the techniques that he would do with imagery and POA and things like that. And once I started implementing those, I found that I would do a lot better than I was already doing. So I'm so excited to compete today.
We are thrilled to have you. In the number 11 spot is somebody who is absolutely no stranger to the competition. He has 6 titles to prove it. So Mountaineer Extraordinaire, Dad of 4, and Amazing Human, Nelson Dellis.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nelson. Excited to be here. I feel like we just had the competition. Well, we did. It was 5 weeks ago. But this is I don't even know how many times, but I've competed since 2009. So that I'm one of the older competitors here. And I started because my grandmother had Alzheimer's disease, and that inspired me to start training my own memory. I was a lot younger then, but I was concerned for my future self and wanted to see if there was anything I could be doing now, or that time, to improve my memory and cognitive health. Not that it was bad, but it was a preemptive measure. Anyways, happy to be here. This looks like a fun group of people. These are some of the classic competitors over the years, so I'm excited to be on stage with them again. Thank you.
Well, welcome back. Next up is another athlete who has been with us through the changes and the growing pains and has consistently demonstrated not just a strong performance, but improvement, and that would be Matt Wilson.
I'm Matthew Wilson. I'm from Richmond, Virginia. I have been a 6-time finalist at the championship and a 0-time winner, so hoping to win my first time today.
Welcome, Matt. We're glad to have you. In the 13th seat, we're going to make it lucky 13, I guess, since we don't deal with superstition. He affectionately calls himself the old man of the group. And I keep reminding him to stop it because I have a few years on him, so he needs to cut that out. Amazing human being, veteran, and champion, Ron White. Oh, and don't challenge him in martial arts either.
All right, well, thank you. My name's Ron White. Nelson is a 6-time USA memory champion, and that's the scoundrel that dethroned me, and I've never forgotten it. But I'm a 2-time USA memory champion until I was dethroned by that scoundrel. I'm 51 years old. I am the oldest person to ever compete in the USA Memory Championship who is a former competitor. I'm the only person to compete who's a member of the AARP. And I am here for 3 reasons. Number 1, as a 51-year-old, to tell myself that I'm not going to let my brain get stagnant as I age. And I'm here for these guys. I was quizzing them down below, and each and every one of them, they didn't miss a question when I was quizzing them. Guys, I know you know this information. I know you know it. I know you're trained, and I know you're going to do good. Stay relaxed, and I'm so proud of all of y'all. And then finally, I'm here for the old people. Don't let your brains get stagnant. Maybe one day I'll see you up here too.
Thank you, Ron. And last but certainly not least is our 2019 champion and one of the most amazing memories you will ever possibly see, Lance Sherkart.
Hi, I'm Lance. Not that much to say about me. I feel like I should maybe get the microphone back to you.
You're a more recent champion than me, man.
I drive the pedicab in Austin, I used to be really active in memory. It was a while ago. And so I'm happy to be back doing it again.
So before I ask you to give them all a big round of applause to all of our competitors. And just before we start, Lance, Nelson, and some of these other individuals, they have former world record holders, not just U.S. champions, but former world records holders on various of these tasks. Okay, so we're going to do the long-term memory event next. And what that basically means is we've given them some information to study about states. They've had 3 weeks, I believe, to learn it. We're going to escalate the complexity of the questions from purely factual to having to integrate across different facts. And 2 strikes, and you're out. And there's a timer there. We start from 1. Karen, it's yours.
Robert, I thought we were giving the athletes at this point a hiatus before we started from the schedule there was, so they could reset. I thought there was additional, yes. You guys are looking for it? It's 2 strikes. We cut it from 3 strikes because of you guys hit it out of the park this year in finals. Do you guys need a break to reset or, okay, 5 minutes? 1:40, please be back. We will start.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, everyone, let's get back in the seats. Now the fun's going to really begin. And we have everyone here? We do, and I will turn it over to Karen.
Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. Tony would like to explain to you why we do this event, and I will tell you how we do it.
It was actually here at MIT in 2018 when we were going to do a memory competition here, filled up this auditorium, where the head of the McGovern Institute said we need to be able to demonstrate that these are not just short-term skills, but they were long-term skills. And so at that point, we created a long-term memory event, which would demonstrate that they've learned something, and we're going to fire them with a series of questions with difficulties increasing as they go through that could demonstrate that this is a skill that has long-term application. Karen, let's turn it back to you.
Thank you, Tony. 3 weeks ago, I sent the athletes an Excel spreadsheet that included the 50 states, the state capital, the state's largest city, the date that the state was annexed, the state motto, or actually the state nickname, the size of the state in square miles, and then the state bird, fish, flower, and tree. Athletes will be asked questions that go on harder levels. So the first level, for example, will ask them to consider the state, the capital, the largest city, and the date that it was annexed. And with each level, we add additional information. Each athlete will get a new question, so we do not recycle questions or pass them down from one to the next. And they go up in complexity. Once we leave level 3, which is still focusing on just one state, and we go into level 4, they will now start to process and analyze what they've memorized and talk to multiple states. Athletes get 2 strikes. At the end of the second strike, they are eliminated from the competition. We are eliminating 3 athletes at this time. We're starting with 14. We will go from 14 to 11. You will see the question projected. They will also see one here, and they have 15 seconds to answer. Are there any questions, athletes? We're all good to go. Okay, Mr. Briley, we will begin with you. Sacramento is the capital of California. What date was the state annexed, and what is the largest city?
Can you repeat the last part of the question?
What date was the state annexed, and what is the largest city? Is it not projecting?
It's not projected right there. I can still answer the question, but
okay.
I'll say September 9th, 1850, the largest city is Los Angeles.
That is correct. Technical team, our projector for the athletes to see the questions are not projecting what's on the board. I don't think that's you. Oh. Yeah, it's projecting on the overhead screen, but there's the black screen in the center of the stage on the floor that the athletes need to see, because the acoustics for some are a little bit tricky. No, the screen is black. Yeah. Okay. This is the event to have this happen to, because there's no timeline on what they've saturated in their brain. While not ideal, we've done that before. We did that in 2018. We had the athletes basically move themselves to face the screen, but then we're looking at their backs. Is what? It was earlier. I thought that they had, the monitor is on. Okay. Okay, so if this is a hard fix, Tony, what do you want to do? Have the athletes move their seats? Okie dokes, because that's, and then they will station themselves there rather than get up and move. Okay, athletes, if you would also like to read your question, you're welcome at this time to put your chair in front. Can you get it? Okay, no, it's not back. Yep, just face that way. Obviously keep your same order. If you do not want to move, you do not have to. No. Okay, that's the downside, all right? It's either the timer or the screen.
This is a perfect example of the difference between auditory memory, something you hear somebody speaking, and visual memory, that which you see with your eyes. And so one of the lessons you teach people about memory is how to use multiple sensors and helping you to enhance things you want to remember. This happens to be an unplanned example of it.
This is called Plan B, folks. By the end of the day, we'll be on Plan C, D, and E. Okay, athletes, kudos to remembering to bring the microphones. This is what I mean when I say they're amazing human beings. Now we're just setting the timer so they can see their countdown clock. There we go. You got more slack. You need more? Is that good? Now it's 100. Yeah. There we go.
Have you ever been in the movie theater where you're in the front row and you get... Yeah, exactly.
You're going to feel like you're sitting in the front row of the movie theater.
Exactly.
Like
Like crick in the neck tomorrow.
It's a good thing you know a sports doctor.
Any further?
Yes, Johnny?
Something I've learned in 25 years of doing this event is I don't know what it's going to be and when it's going to happen, but something will happen in every year's event of some sort that you didn't plan for. What's ironic about this is I was asking the technical people here earlier, when we do a later event, can they project here without them seeing it? And they said, no, we have to do it in both places. Well, somebody figured out how to shut this one off when I was looking to do it before. So the lesson there is don't be careful what you ask for, because we just got it.
All right, athletes, are we set and we ready to go? Because Briley, that was your question, and you got it absolutely right. You were off on a little crooked path, but you fixed it and you pulled back. That's amazing. So the next question will go to Tuan. Juneau is the capital of Alaska. What date was the state annexed, and what is the largest city?
Date annexed was January 3rd, 1959. The largest city is Anchorage.
That is correct. We will move now to Simei. Columbus is the capital of Ohio. What date was the state annexed, and what is the largest city?
The largest city is Columbus, and I'm not sure about the date annexed.
So that would be a strike for Simei. We move now to Sophia. Tallahassee is the capital of Florida. What date was the state annexed, and what is the largest city?
March 3rd, 1845, and the largest city is Jacksonville.
That is correct. We move now to Erdem. Annapolis is the capital of Maryland. What date was the state annexed, and what is the largest city?
It was annexed April 28, 1788, and the largest city is Baltimore.
That is correct. Good job. We will now move from Erdem to Grace. Honolulu is the capital of Hawaii. What date was the state annexed, and what is the largest city?
The largest city is also Honolulu, and it was annexed on August 21st, 1959.
Great job. Avi, we're over to you. Harrisburg is the capital of Pennsylvania. What date was the state annexed, and what is the largest city?
It was annexed December 12th, 1787. The largest city is Philadelphia.
That is correct. Good job. We're now over to Jason. Boise is the capital of Idaho. What date was the state annexed, and what is the largest city?
The date annexed was July 3rd, 1890, and the largest city is Boise.
That is correct. Good job. Patricia, over to you. Helena is the capital of Montana. What date was the state annexed, and what is the largest city?
The largest city is Billings, and it was welcomed to the U.S. in the 8th of November, 1889.
That is correct. Good job. McKenna, over to you. Dover is the capital of Delaware. What state was what date was the state annexed, and what is the largest city?
It was annexed on December 7th, 1787, and the largest city is Wilmington.
That is correct. Great job. Nelson, to you. Pierre is the capital of South Dakota. What date was the state annexed, and what is the largest city?
This was November 2nd, 1889, and the largest city, Sioux Falls.
That is correct. Great job. Matt, to you. Baton Rouge is the capital of Louisiana. What date was the state annexed, and what is the largest city?
The largest city is New Orleans. It was annexed on April 30th, 1812.
Great job. Ron, to you. Cheyenne is the capital of Wyoming. What date was the state annexed, and what is the largest city?
The largest city is also Cheyenne, and it was July the 10th, 1890.
That is correct. And to close out the round, Lance, Hartford is the capital of Connecticut. What date was the state annexed, and what is the largest city?
The largest city is Bridgeport, and it was annexed January 9th, 1788.
Excellent, great job. That completes round one. We have only one strike on Semay. We will now skip the last two questions in round one and get to level 2 questions.
All right, if you want to clap, you can do first level.
Now you'll see the questions are going to get a little bit harder. So Briley, seat 1, here we go. What state was annexed on March 15th, 1820, with the largest city of Portland, and what is its nickname?
The state is Maine, and the nickname is the Pine Tree State.
Excellent job. Way to start out the round. Tuan, over to you. What state was annexed on November 21st, 1789, with the largest city of Charlotte, and what is its nickname?
The state was North Carolina. Its nickname is the Tar Heel State.
Great job. Semay, to you. What state was annexed on September 9th, 1850, with the largest city of Los Angeles, and what is its nickname?
That's California, and its nickname is the Golden State.
That is excellent. Great job. Over now to Sophia. What state was annexed on December 3rd, 1818, with the largest city of Chicago, and what is its nickname?
Illinois, and the nickname is named after Lincoln.
Excellent job. Over now to Erdem. What state was annexed on May 11th, 1858, with the largest city of Minneapolis, and what is its nickname?
This is my old home state, Minnesota, and the nickname is the Land of 10,000 Lakes.
Great job. Okay, Grace, over to you. What state was annexed on December 29th, 1845, with the largest city of Houston, and what is its nickname?
This is Texas, and its nickname is the Lone Star State.
Excellent job. Great work. Avi, to you. What state was annexed on December 11th, 1816, with the largest city of Indianapolis, and what is its nickname?
Indiana, the Hoosier State.
Great job. Over to Jason. What state was annexed on June 20th, 1863, with the largest city of Charleston, and what is its nickname?
West Virginia, Mountain State.
Great job. You like getting those West Virginia questions there, Jason. Okay, over to Patricia. What state was annexed on July 3rd, 1890, with the largest city of Boise, and what is its nickname?
The state would be Idaho, also known as the Gem State.
Great job. Over to McKenna. What state was annexed on June 25th, 1788, with the largest city of Virginia Beach, and what is its nickname?
The state is Virginia, and its nickname is Old Dominion.
Great job. Over now to Nelson. What state was annexed on August 1st, 1876, with the largest city of Denver, and what is its nickname?
That is Colorado, the Centennial State.
Great job. Over now to Matt. What state was annexed on March 1st, 1867, with the largest city of Omaha, and what is its nickname?
Nebraska, the Cornhusker State.
You got it. Ron, to you. What state was annexed on June 1st, 1972, with the largest city of Louisville, and what is its nickname?
That would be Kentucky and the Bluegrass State.
You got it. And Lance, to close the round, what state was annexed on January 2nd, 1788, with the largest city of Atlanta, and what is its nickname?
Georgia is the Peach State.
You got it. Great job. We've now gone through 2 rounds, only 1 strike, and that would be on Semay. So we will now skip the last two questions in round one, and we will go to a second round of level 2. We just want to warm them up, folks, for what's ahead. Okay, so Briley, back to you. Also known as the Constitution State, what is the capital of Connecticut, and how many square miles is it?
The capital is Hartford, and it is 5,543 square miles.
You got it. Great job. Tuan, also known as the Lone Star State, what is the capital of Texas, and how many square miles is it?
Capital of Texas is Austin. It's 268,596.
Excellent job. Simei, also known as the Granite State, what is the capital of New Hampshire, and how many square miles is it?
It's Concord, and not sure about the square miles.
That, unfortunately, would be Simei's second strike. So the answer would be it is Concord, and it is 9,350 square miles in size. Sophia, moving to you. Also known as the Pelican State, what is the capital of Louisiana, and how many square miles is it?
Baton Rouge, 52,124 square miles.
You got it. Great job. Moving now to Erdem, also known as the Beehive State. What is the capital of Utah, and how many square miles is it?
The capital is Salt Lake City, and the square mileage is 84,899 square miles.
And that is correct. The information on the slide is not correct. So that is correct. That's why I have a backup. Okay, moving over now to Grace. Also known as the Sunflower State, what is the capital of Kansas, and how many square miles is it?
The capital is Topeka, and it is 82,278 square miles.
You got it. Great job. Avi, also known as the Land of Opportunity, what is the capital of Arkansas, and how many square miles is it?
The capital is Little Rock, and it is 53179 square miles.
You got it. Way to go. Jason, also known as the Bay State, what is the capital of Massachusetts, and how many square miles is it?
Boston, 10,565.
You got it. Way to go. Patricia, to you. Also known as the Ocean State, what is the capital of Rhode Island, and how many square miles is it?
The capital is Providence, and it is actually the smallest state, sitting at 1,545 square miles.
You got it. McKenna, also known as the Silver State, what is the capital of Nevada, and how many square miles is it?
It's Carson City, and it is 110577.
You got it. Excellent job. Nelson, also known as the Peace Garden State, what is the capital of North Dakota, and how many square miles is it?
That is 70706, and that is Bismarck.
You are absolutely correct. Over to Matt, also known as the Show Me State. What is the capital of Missouri, and how many square miles is it?
The capital of Missouri is Jefferson City, and the square miles is 69715.
You got a great job. Ron, to you. Also known as the Heart of Dixie, what is the capital of Alabama, and how many square miles is it?
The capital of Alabama is Montgomery, and the square miles is 52,419.
You were spot on. Great job. And Lance, to you, also known as the Evergreen State, what is the capital of Washington, and how many square miles is it? Lance? I don't know the answer. Oh, okay. That would be Lance's first strike. So to close out the first or the second round of level 2 questions, we have eliminated Samay, and Lance has 1 strike. We will now move on to level 3 questions.
Congratulations again.
Wonderful job, absolutely amazing. Okay, Briley, over to you. What is the state bird, fish, and flower of Alabama?
State bird is the yellowhammer. State fish is the largemouth bass. State flower is the camellia.
You are absolutely right. Great job. Tuan, what is the state bird, fish, and flower of New Mexico?
State bird is greater roadrunner. State fish is the Rio Grande cutthroat trout. State flower is the yucca.
You are absolutely correct. Great job. Sophia, what is the state bird, fish, and flower of Mississippi?
The fish is largemouth bass, and the flower is the state bird is northern mockingbird, and the flower is magnolia.
You are absolutely correct. Great job. Over now to Erdem. What is the state bird, fish, and flower of South Dakota?
The flower is the pask or posk, the state bird is the ring-necked pheasant, and the fish is the walleye.
Fantastic, Erdem. Great job. Now to Grace. What is the state bird, fish, and flower of Tennessee?
The state bird is the northern mockingbird, the state fish is the channel catfish, and the state flower is the iris.
Wonderful job. Avi, what is the state bird, fish, and flower of Vermont?
The bird is the hermit thrush, the fish is the brook trout, and the flower is the red clover.
Excellent job, Avi. Jason, what is the state bird, fish, and flower of Wisconsin?
The bird is the American robin, the fish is the muskellunge, and the flower is the wood violet.
Wonderful job. Patricia, what is the state bird, fish, and flower of Illinois?
The state flower is the violet. The state fish is the bluegill. And I believe the state bird is the northern mockingbird.
You were close. It would be the northern cardinal. That's Patricia's first strike. Over to McKenna. What is the state bird, fish, and flower of Ohio?
The state bird is, well, the state flower is the red carnation. The state fish is the walleye, and the state bird is the cardinal.
Absolutely correct. Great job. Nelson, what is the state bird, fish, and flower of Michigan?
The bird is an American robin. The fish is a brook trout, and the flower is the apple blossom.
Great job. That is fantastic. Matt, what is the state bird, fish, and flower of Florida?
The state bird is the northern mockingbird. The fish is the Atlantic sailfish. And the flower is the orange blossom.
Correct. Great job. Ron, what is the state bird, fish, and flower of Maine?
For Maine, it's the black-capped chickadee, landlocked Atlantic salmon, white pine cone, and tassel.
You got it. Great job. And Lance, to you, what is the state bird, fish, and flower of New York? You have your answer, Lance? Okay, that would be time. That is unfortunately Lance's second strike. Lance, that would have been the eastern bluebird, the brook trout, and the rose. So after our first round of level 3 questions, we have Patricia with 1 strike, and we have eliminated Lance. Amazing job, athletes. And Wilson, yes. So we have eliminated 2 athletes. Yes, we have 1 more athlete to eliminate. We're now going to skip to level 4 questions. And remember, guys, at the end of the day, I love you all, so no egging in my house. Okay, Briley, to you. What state or what states proudly call the western meadowlark their state bird?
There's 6. Oregon, Wyoming, Montana, North Dakota, Nebraska, and my home state of Kansas.
Amazing job. You did that faster than I can check it. Great job. Okay, Tuan, what states are less than 10,000 square miles?
Rhode Island, Delaware, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Vermont, New Jersey. That's it.
Amazing. Fantastic. I don't know if you guys can appreciate what it is taking for these. You can see from Ron sitting here chuckling. Okay, Sophia. What states proudly call the channel catfish their state fish?
There are 5 states: Nebraska, Kansas, Iowa, Missouri, and Tennessee.
Excellent job. Over to Erdem. What states were annexed in the 1840s?
Florida, Texas.
Is that your complete answer? Okay, we are at time, unfortunately. Florida and Texas is correct, but there's also Iowa and Wisconsin. That would be Erdem's first strike. Grace, what state nicknames include an animal?
Do you need the nickname or just the states?
You can give me either, it's good.
Okay. Oregon is the beaver state. Wisconsin is the badger state. Louisiana is the pelican state. I don't know if Utah counts. It's the beehive state, but it's got bee in there.
We did not count the beehive state, no.
Okay. Well.
Complete answer?
I don't know, I guess.
That is absolutely correct, though, those 3 states. Avi, what states have the violet as their flower?
Illinois, Rhode Island. That's excluding blue violets and other colors.
Mm-hmm. You were absolutely correct. We're going to move now to Jason. Jason, what states have the sugar maple as their tree?
New York, Vermont, Wisconsin, and West Virginia.
You got it. Gotten that West Virginia in there again, aren't you? Okay, so Patricia, over to you. What are the 4 largest states in order? From largest to next to third to fourth.
Is it okay if I state them all and then give the order, or do it?
You can tell me all 4 and then the order, that's fine.
Sure. Let's start with Alaska at 665,384. We have Texas in there with 268,596. Let's see. We have, there is,
I need the third state, yeah.
Yes, yes. For the other 2 states, there's also, sorry, I'm blinking, so.
No, I get that. Unfortunately, I have to call time because we've wrapped quite a bit. You were absolutely right with the first 2. Third largest would be California at 163,696, and fourth would be Montana at 147,040. Unfortunately, that strike would eliminate Patricia. Yes, so we are done. But would you guys like to finish for those of you who didn't get a level 4 question at no penalty? Ron's sitting here going, no, you don't.
No, we don't need this.
Okay, so McKenna, then I would ask you just 3 or 4 more questions. What states have the largemouth bass as their fish?
It would be, well, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia.
Okay.
Is there like one more?
Yes, ma'am, there is.
Okay, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, and
Anybody want to help her? Indiana. They all knew what it was. Nelson, what states have the northern mockingbird?
You have Tennessee. You have, let me see, Florida, Texas. There's one more, hold on. Oh, no. Oh, Mississippi.
You got it. All right, so Matt, your question would have landed at what states are sized between 65,000 and 70,000 square miles?
Well, there's Missouri, where I used to live, 69715, and Oklahoma, 69669, and I feel like there's another.
Or 2.
Or 2. Oh, there's Michigan?
No.
No, Michigan's 96.
Riley, you want to help with a little nudge? You can help.
Say Wisconsin was 65,498.
Yep, you got it. And you guys are missing the one between the 2.
They got Florida was 65,758.
You got it. Okay, Ron, we would have asked you what states were annexed in the month of February.
Valentine's Day, February the 14th, was Arizona. And then we also had, let's see, also on Valentine's Day was Oregon.
You got it.
And
Riley, you're jumping out of your seat over there.
Well, I think we'll end with our state of Massachusetts that we're in right now.
Yeah, you sure will. Absolutely. Guys, that's what level 4 questions look like.
February the 6th.
Yep. Amazing.
One more level 4 question. The audience, for one more question, level 4, please. Is there anybody in the audience? We can do this collectively. What states have the sable palmetto?
Okay, skip to question 16, which I think is fair. More people know state nicknames. What state nicknames
16.
have a flower or a tree?
Anybody in the audience? Maine?
Okay, Maine, which is the pine tree state. Sunflower is Kansas.
South Carolina?
That's the palmetto sable, absolutely. You got it, that would be Mississippi with the magnolia, and to wrap it up would be Washington as the evergreen state.
Good work, audience. All right, everyone. I'm sure we can find a seat for any of you here for the next event.
Okay, so the memorists, the mental athletes, can go to rehearsal room B, and we will continue with the demo before bringing them up with the Words to Remember event, which will then eliminate, I believe, 4 people. Thank you for returning your chairs. We're going to get that fixed with the monitor. Okay. So now-
Robert, what time do I need to start the athletes with their 15 minutes?
10 minutes from now.
10 minutes from now. You got it. So if we synchronize our watches at 2:35, I will start their 15-minute memorization time to have them back out here by 2:50.
Yep. Okay, so how do I get to Alex? Alex, okay. All right, so people can go outside. There's a little lumosity demo. There's some water. Feel free to take a break if you want. In the meantime, I'm going to show you he's going to show you some pretty remarkable demos. His name is Alex Mullen. I will introduce him more thoroughly to you later, but what he's going to do initially is show you a memory league game. Alex?
Hey, Robert, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. So you can share the screen and go ahead.
Alrighty.
A little background, Alex is a neuroradiology fellow at the University of Alabama, Birmingham. He's also a veteran of this competition. I'll say more about that later. But go ahead, Alex, tell them about Memory League.
Okay, so you guys can see my screen.
Yep.
Okay, so Memory League is a website where you can train a couple of different commonly tested memory events. So you can see them all right here. They're offered on Memory League. You have a deck of cards. That's kind of your classic memory event. So memorizing the order of the deck of playing cards. This images event just shows you a sequence of 30 random images, like a flower or a bird or that kind of thing, and you try to remember the order of those 30 images. Then you have these 2 names events. One is international names, so those are harder names that tend to be more longer foreign-sounding names, not like the typical names that you might hear in the U.S., like Alex or Robert or that kind of thing. And so the second event, just standard names, is that those kind of easier, more familiar names. So both of those are just memorizing 30 different names and faces in less than a minute. All of these events, by the way, are done in less than a minute, and then you have up to 4 minutes to recall the information. So we've also got numbers here, so that's memorizing 80 digits, so the sequence of 80 digits. And then words is random words, so it can be any kind of word, apple, butterfly, anything like that, and it's 50 words. So what I'm going to do is do a memorization of a deck of cards. All right, so just bear with me here for a second, just trying to get focused. All right, you guys still with me?
How many seconds was that, Alex?
That was 18.57.
All right, so, you know, a deck of cards is in 18, if you assume he's a ringer, that would be correct. So his name is Alex Mullen. He, as I said, he's a neuroradiology resident at University of Alabama, Birmingham Medical School, and he's also not only a former U.S. memory champion, he's a 3-time consecutive world champion. So he's one of the greatest memorists of all time. And we're pleased to have him on Zoom, and so I think are the other competitors, because if he were here, he would be an extremely difficult out, to say the least. Now, you must think that this guy was born abnormally, or how the heck can you learn to do a deck of cards in 18 seconds? Well, Alex, I'm going to turn it over to you for a few minutes. Why don't you tell them your story?
Gotcha. Did I stop sharing my screen? You guys can see me?
Yeah, we can see you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so again, you know, I'm Alex Mullen. I'm just a guy from Oxford, Mississippi, originally, with what I would describe as a pretty average memory. I actually thought for a long time that my memory was below average. And so that was really kind of the main reason that my interest was so piqued when I just happened to stumble across this YouTube video in March of 2013. It was a TED Talk called Feats of Memory Anyone Can Do, given by this guy named Joshua Foer. And so Foer was a journalist. He was sent to cover the USA Memory Championship. And what he discovered was that, you know, all of these people competing in the competition weren't savants or people with just incredible natural memories. They were people who used memory techniques. They just had average natural memories. They used techniques that have been around for thousands of years, and they just trained themselves to do it. And so, you know, Foer was so fascinated by this that he dedicated kind of the next year to learning the techniques himself and training, and he ended up winning the 2006 USA Memory Championship the following year. And so he wrote a book about that, you know, about his experience called Moonwalking with Einstein. Just a fascinating book that I recommend everybody check out. You know, I read that book. The instant that I did one of the early demos that he does in the book, which is using the memory palace technique to remember the order, or remember an entire shopping list, I was just hooked. You know, I started kind of practicing some of the different events, like memorizing the order of a deck of playing cards or memorizing a sequence of digits. Not because I had any initial dream of competing in a memory competition, but just because I found the technique fascinating, and I wanted to see what I could do with my memory, you know, things that I had previously thought were impossible. So, you know, sure enough, before long, I'd circled, you know, the 2014 USA Memory Championship on my calendar, and that was where it all started for me. And so, you know, that's how I found myself in 2014 on a stage in New York City across from this guy named Nelson Dellis. And we were going back and forth reciting the order of 2 decks of playing cards we had just memorized. And so, you know, Nelson ended up winning that day, as everybody knows. You know, I think that was his 3rd championship at the time. Came back the following year, lost to Nelson again. That was kind of becoming something of a habit. But then things started to kind of pick up for me after that. So by some miracle, you know, at the end of 2015, I managed to get the 1st overall position at the World Memory Championship, which was in Chengdu, China. And then ultimately did kind of nab that elusive USA Memory Championship title the following year in 2016. So, you know, being able to kind of bring that whole journey full circle, you know, from just encountering by chance that TED Talk and book by Joshua Foer in 2013 to winning that same competition 3 years later, the USA Memory Championship, and then, you know, now getting the chance to speak to you guys about it today, is just a complete shock for me and a dream come true. So. It's kind of a cliche. You know, people say that, you know, you're capable of a lot more than you might think. But I think memory is really just a great example of that. I mean, I've used it for so many things over the years in addition to competitions. So, you know, I've applied memory techniques to learn things like Chinese. My wife is Taiwanese American, to learn medicine. You know, I'm a neuroradiology fellow currently. And so that literally means I just look at pictures of brains all day long. And you know, all throughout medical school and training, you know, I found memory techniques invaluable. throughout that whole process.
Hey, Alec,
So-
we're having a little trouble hearing, so let me ask just a question or two more. What would you say to someone if they said you must have had a good memory in order to be able to do this?
I would say that that is absolutely not the case, and I think I'm living proof of that. You know, like I said, I didn't think of my own memory as anything special. Far from it. I thought it was actually below average, and that was the reason I got interested in memory techniques to begin with. So I think, you know, as any of these competitors will tell you, and every person, every competitor I've met throughout my 10 years now of doing memory competitions and training, it's all about the technique and it's all about the training. You know, it's really not that much about your natural ability. It's all about what you put into it and the work that you're able to dedicate to it.
Thanks. And also about medical school, did you use these techniques, for example, for bones in the body?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly for both. I wasn't using memory techniques, you know, for every little thing, but I would use them. You know, you would use memory techniques, things like the memory palace, or just any kind of hook that I could, you know, as a mnemonic strategy to kind of remember little bits of information that I found hard to remember. So I was using them certainly pretty extensively in med school, and I still use them, you know, to a lesser extent because there's a little bit less to learn. You know, medical school is such an overflow of information all at once, but they still help me, you know, to this day.
All right. Well, Alex, again, I would like everyone to give a great round of applause for that pretty impressive demo. I mean, 52 cards, 18 seconds, and that's a learned skill. Pretty impressive. And as I said, we're glad you're here on Zoom, and I'm sure the competitors are too. All right, Alex. Have a good one.
Thanks for having me. Good luck to everybody.
Okay, you can go to the bathroom after you get me started. Okay, so right now, I'll tell you what they're doing. They're given 300 words. Charlie, you want to show them some of the words now that they're learning them? So right now, they're sitting at a table in rehearsal room B, and they're given a list of 300 words to remember in 15 minutes. And these are the words. And anyone want to try? This is a little fast, though. I don't think anyone can do it. So anyway, you get the idea. They're sitting there. They're using these techniques, and Tony's going to talk a little bit about these techniques. Yeah. Because it's amazing, right? How do you do this? Okay, so switch to the presentation, and you can... It's a lot of words. So one of the things, again, that we encounter, there's always the impression that there's something different about these people. There has to be. They have to be savants. A lot of you have seen Rain Man with Dustin Hoffman's portrayal of Raymond Babbitt based on the real-life Kim Peek. Well, it turns out that if you look in history, in the last 100 years of recorded history, maybe there are about, depending on how you count, 100 documented cases of these extraordinary savants. Very few. It's a handful. None of the people in there, almost none of the best competitors in the world are savants or have any other kind of predisposition neurologically to it. They just train. So, you know, this, let's see if I can get this thing to work. This is a misimpression. There's something different about these people, but I could never do anything like that. No, anyone could. And the other, which is equally important, is what would be the point of even trying? I already have a smartphone. Why do I need to do any kind of memorizing? Both of these are myths. And let's see if we can talk why. So again, the theme of this, basically the whole event today, is that memory is a skill, not a capacity. So what do we mean exactly by memory being a skill, not a capacity? Well, if we have on the x-axis your task performance, and then you have on the y-axis your number of people, and you have entrained. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, I need this though to advance it. Okay. Hold on one second. This laser pointer, I think, will work better. Which one do I do right?
The little black one out there.
Right there, and point it like that. Yeah, this is, I think people can see that, yeah, much better. Okay, so you have your task performance here, and you have a lot of people are on this mid-range. Some people are not so good, and other people are better. Well, what happens if you practice, depending on what the skill is? Well, what happens is post-training, obviously, people get better. They've practiced and they get better, and training is clearly pretty important here because look, that almost everyone, in fact, everyone is better after training than they were before training. So I'll give you some examples. What's the difference between a skill and a capacity? So if you want to talk about a capacity, think about vertical jump, right? You can work on your vertical jump a little bit, you know, and people do train it, but you're not going to radically train your vertical jump. Now think about something like golf, right? It's a very fine motor skill. You have to practice it forever in order to get good at it. So, you know, some capacities you can train a little bit, but that's not going to really make that much of a difference. But if it's a skill, if it's a learned skill, then practice is everything. Right? Some of you may remember the Bo Knows advertising campaign, if you're old enough. Bo Jackson, a great athlete, could do anything. Bo Jackson's not going to play golf unless he practices. You know, unless he practices, you're still going to want to take the club pro because it's a very fine skill. Now, what about memory? Right? Most of us think of memory as like reaction time, or they might think of it as visual acuity. It's something which is just kind of built in or hardwired. That actually is not at all the case, as these athletes demonstrate, these mental athletes demonstrate. Let's suppose you know 10 words, or 7 words after, let's say, in 2 minutes. If you train for 2 to 3 months, 30 minutes a day, it's very well documented that you'll be up to like 40 or 50 words. That's a 500% increase, right? For a simple task, this is one of the largest induced behavioral effects in existence. If anyone could improve your reaction time or your visual acuity like that, you would take it. But we don't think of memory that way. Now, why don't we think of that memory that way? So yeah, again, clearly it's a skill, it's all technique, they're using basically the same techniques, slight variance. But why does this not seem to be the case, right? The intuition of many of you is that memory is something we don't have any control over. We just have it, we're born with it or not. Well, the reason why you believe that is because there's a very common misunderstanding of what memory is and how memory works. And the confusion arises from something which we call the inscription metaphor of memory. How does the inscription metaphor of memory work? Well, think about how we use memory externally all the time. Whether you're writing in a cave some hieroglyphics, writing some words on a piece of paper, or storing some bits in a memory register, right? It's all the same notion. You take the information, you put it locally somewhere, it stays there segregated apart from anything else, and then when you need it, you come and access it. This is how we think about memory. I imagine that this is how many of you think about memory. You store it, it's alone and separate, and then you go get it. Similarly, and this again is from the computer metaphor, we think that memory is separate from computation and what we do with the memory. So there's the memory on one side, there's the computation on the other side. These things are nice and cleanly segregated. Unfortunately, the brain does not agree with this perspective in terms of its architecture or its physiology. The brain is basically, I think the technical term is a mixed overlapping jumble of neurons and synapses. You have basically distributed representations, so nothing is segregated or local. Almost all parts of the system are contributing at the same time. Where's the little thing here? Here it is. And you have a very distributed architecture. Neurons that project to other neurons receive projections back. There's something called the small world architecture, which means no synapse is more than a few synapses away from any other synapse. So the point is that this is a very different conception of memory than the one you're used to from the computer and from paper and from external memory. External memory and biological memory, they're very different. The technical term is content addressable memory, and basically content addressable memory is just saying that memory is a distributed, overlapping, vast web of associations in your brain, and new information makes absolutely no sense other than it's through its relation to your previous history and current state. Okay, so this again is a very different notion of memory, and I'll just give one example of it. I'll skip the flash memory. Let's talk a little bit about domain expertise, and you'll begin to see a little bit, hopefully, of what we're trying to get to. We do have great memories for some things, right? We have great memories for our lives, and we have great memories, for example, for things that we are expert in. And here's an example of a pitcher. Many of you know Matt Barnes, Red Sox pitcher, and a reporter asked him after the game, about what was his outing like, and he basically said, okay, started Justin Smoke off with a curveball, fouled it off, then threw a curveball down, took it, went heater up, he flew, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. LeBron James has done this too. You ask a golfer when they come off the golf course. So, do these people have great memories all the time? No, almost certainly not. It's just to them, in your domain of expertise, that information has rich narrative connotations. It has emotional connotations, has historical connotations. It's something which you use many times in the past. So information really only matters in the context of what's already in your brain there. And that's kind of the difference of how computer memory works and how biological memory works. I'll skip the flash memory in the interest of time. That's just another example of content addressable memory. And let's get to mnemonic techniques. All mnemonic techniques basically capitalize on this notion of content addressable memory in the following way. Let's restructure the knowledge in our brain in such a way that we can take new information and just slot it nicely into the old information. Okay, so what kinds of things are we good at? Well, we're good at spatial relations. You can't possibly navigate the world unless you have some sense of space. We're good at narrative. And we're good at memorizing vivid images. So what they're doing down there is they have various maps, spatial maps, and they're taking the words and they're putting them into the maps, and then they're telling a story, and then magically it pops out, right? This is kind of the magic of mnemonics. It works remarkably well, and it's very effortless. Actually, this is very old technique. It was not that long ago in historical terms, right? Thousands of years before the printing press, before the computer were around. How did people learn this information? It was 500 years from the time the events of the Iliad happened and the time it was written down. How was it translated in the meantime? It was generation to generation through oral tradition. People would remember entire books. Now, if you go to certain parts of the world, there are people in villages who can recite entire religious texts using these techniques. And actually, there's a very interesting theory that that's probably what Stone Age is, where the people who used to navigate on their like seashore, the Druids, ancient Druids, they would have certain landmarks where they'd store information. And then all of a sudden they became a stable society in one place, and so they couldn't bring the seashore to them, so they made models of the seashore in these rocks. Okay, so that's basically all I want to say is, other than that, content addressable memory is nothing new. I didn't invent this. Systems neuroscientists have known this for 50, 70 years. Probably William James knew about it. So why don't people in the audience know it? Why don't a lot of scientists, even who study memory, know it? And it's not necessarily that they don't know it, but it's that it's really hard. Okay, when you're trying to model this nice segregated, non-distributed, non-overlapping system of information, that's really easy. Now you got this dynamic pattern where everything connects to everything, and it's a big, complicated jumble. Memory is as hard an aspect of brain science as everything else in brain science, all of which is hard: vision, motor control, cognition, whatever it is, right? Because the brain is very complicated. Memory emerges. It is not stored. And so it is a little bit frustrating in times trying to get that message out to people, and that's one reason we have this event, because most people don't believe that they're capable of doing this, but they actually are. And in a bit, Tony will do a demonstration where he'll actually take you in the Roman room method, and he'll show you a little bit about what they're doing downstairs. Now, fortunately, some people are starting to model mnemonics a bit, and that's good news, and because it's very important. And I do want to say one thing about artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence is everywhere, right? There's a lot of hype about artificial intelligence. All artificial intelligence systems that work to scale, all modern technologies, based on deep learning, for example, they're all based on the inscription metaphor of memory. None of them use content addressable memory. That's the way humans do memory. So before you can get to general artificial intelligence or even artificial intelligence, are they coming up? You should be able to emulate human memory. So not a single artificial intelligence program. However, it has been in the news lately. In fact, many of you might know that John Hopfield won the Nobel Prize in physics for something called the Hopfield Network, which I teach and Charles has TA'd in my class. And it's actually a model of content addressable memory, this type of memory. It's a little odd to see it win a Nobel Prize in physics because it's a model of memory, but that's a separate issue. And so we're hoping that people will learn that memory is not what they think it is, and if you practice these techniques and you understand this notion of content addressable memory, you too are capable of doing some pretty remarkable things. And until they come up, I'll just mention the thing about flash memory. Right, everyone who's old enough probably remembers where they were on 9/11, just as the previous generation, they all knew where they were in Pearl Harbor. Why? Well, because it was a really significant event, right? It's a really significant event that engaged all these circuits, different circuits of your brain, emotion, this and that. It related to all past history, right? So we are good at memorizing things. We're just not good at memorizing disconnected bits of information. And the way to become better at memorizing information is to understand how to relate the new information to your old information in your head. For example, like the bones of the body. 3 minutes, okay. Like the bones of the body. But you don't have to. So for example, suppose Alex Mullen, went to medical school and he learned this strange technique, for putting a bone in this locus and this locus and this locus and this locus. You'll say like, well, that seems really awkward because then he's got to recall that locus too. No, that's only to get it in his head in the first place. That's short-term memory, okay? Once he starts using it, once he starts practicing medicine and he's using these bones all the time, you can drop these associations and you can keep the information. You can turn short-term information into long-term knowledge. And that's the goal. And in fact, we have with us Colette Silvestri, who's one of the probably best teachers in the country, who was recognized in a great New York Times article, who's been using mnemonics in teaching high school students how to learn. And her students have phenomenal success. I think 3 of them are on stage, which is quite amazing. And again, in our educational system, there's a misunderstanding that there's a compromise between like memory and critical learning. No, not really. You need to get the stuff in your head first before then you can do your critical thinking. And this is a great way to get information quickly off the book into your head so then you can use it, manipulate it, integrate it, and do everything you have to do with it. But if you don't have these techniques in the first place, then you're going to have to struggle and learn by rote. And I'm sure a lot of us remember struggling and learning by rote. So this is much more enjoyable. Tony, are they here yet? Okay, you want to say something? Yeah. Oh, okay. So, yeah. So one person who will be competing in this event is Claire Wang. I don't know, are her parents here? Let's see. No, her parents aren't here. So Claire met when she was 13 years old. In 2018, she finished 3rd. Okay, she's also like the national speed reading champion. Now she's a sophomore at MIT. And, you know, she could have competed in the event, but she's got a pretty tough semester. So I said, all right, well, for you, we'll let you compete in words, because that's her favorite event. So she's going to compete in words. She's not eligible for the grand prize at the end. We're going to just put her in the mix. And we're going to try to get up to 200 words. And we're going to play this event until its conclusion. So 7 people, I believe 7 people will advance to the next round. But we're going to play till there's 1 winner.
This good? Okay. They've had 15 minutes that they're studying the 15 minutes of 300 words. They're going to come up and they're going to sit in their seats. And they like to get going on this because this is where they've now got it. They've taken their study period and they want to get up here and start going. So I want them to be able to get up here, get in their seats, and get this moving. So we've told you who Claire is. Robert told you earlier that the person that lasts the longest will get $250. Is that what we... If they make it past 200, they're going to get 500?
That's right.
Okay, so there's some money at stake here. It'll be interesting to see how many words that they are able to do. In the past, we've gotten up to almost 150, so it's going to be interesting to see what the best of the best are doing in terms of how far they're going to go. So it'll be an interesting process. This will go a lot quicker than the long-term memory. And what we're learning in the long-term events is the mental athletes are getting better and better at this. So that event, we used to be done by 2nd-level questions. Now we're getting into 4th level. So we're trying to figure out how to make it a little more difficult to go a little quicker. This is going to go a little bit quicker because they're going to want to unload as fast as they've got. This is a short-term memory event. So they want to unload what's up here as fast as they can. So you're going to see them want to pick up the pace of this because it's sitting there and they want to get it out. So this is a little different. So they had 15 minutes to study the list of words. And when they're finished, I'll take you through a technique that most of them are using. It's called the loci Roman room method of memory, which picks up what Robert was just talking about. How do they take objects in their life and make associations to it and make up a little story? And the faster they can do that, the more words they can remember. And we'll take you through that when they're finished with this event. And this is our new member here. Claire, do you want to just stand up and wave so they all know this new person that's just shown up? This is who Robert was just talking about. All right, Claire, thank you. Though I don't recognize her from when she was a little girl at this event and almost came in and won the championship. Claire, welcome.
Hi, I'm Claire. I last competed in 2018 when I was like 13. So it's been a while since I last competed, but I'm currently a student at MIT, so it was just down the street for me. So I'm excited.
All right. Karen, you want to just give them the quick rules on this? The 2 links, 2 misses?
If they get 2 strikes, first miss, they get 1 more, and the second strike, they get eliminated. If the athlete misses the word, the next person is required to recall it. All athletes will move on to the next word if everyone gets a strike on that word. As you can see, we have now reversed the order. Ron, we will begin with you.
Chair.
That is correct. Matt?
Headband.
Good job.
Comics.
Excellent.
Played.
Yes. Jason?
Tweezers.
Good job.
Mattress.
That is incorrect. Avi?
Comforter.
Yes, that is correct. Claire did.
Lemon.
That is correct. Erdem?
Dresser.
That is correct. Sophia?
Lips.
I'm sorry.
Lips.
Lips. Lips, that is incorrect.
Disappointment.
That is correct.
Quokka.
That is correct. We have gone through the first round of words, and we have a strike on Claire and a strike on Sophia. Ron, it's to you with word number 11. The last word recalled was quokka.
11 is basket.
Correct. Matt?
Lips.
Correct. Nelson?
Guardians.
That is correct. McKenna?
Scratch.
Good job. Jason?
Flower.
Yes. Claire?
Communication.
Good job. Avi?
Tower.
Yes. Grace?
Crochet.
Wonderful. Erdem?
Angel.
Great job. Sophia?
Verification.
Great job. Twan?
Experience.
You got it. And then Briley?
Lipstick.
You've got it. We've gotten through 22 words, and we have 2 strikes, 1 for Sophia, 1 for Claire. Ron, it's back to you on word 23.
Switch.
Good job. Matt?
Coffee.
Yes.
Manual.
You got it. McKenna?
Drinking.
That is incorrect. Jason?
Flash drive.
You got it.
Oh, drinking.
Correct. That is right. Avi, 28.
Jeans.
You got it. Grace?
People.
Yes. Erdem?
Glass.
Correct. 31, Sophia.
Horses.
You got it. 32, Twan.
Blade.
Yes. 33, Briley.
Motivation.
You got it. So we've wrapped now through word 33. Strikes on Sophia, McKenna, and Claire. Ron, 34.
Hamburger.
That is correct. Matt?
Bookmarks.
You got it. Nelson?
Giraffe.
Yes.
Contacts.
You got it. 38 to Jason.
Sticker.
Yes, sir. 39.
Drawer.
Yes. 40. Avi.
Misery.
You got it. 41. Grace.
Data.
Yes. 42. Erdem.
Combs.
That is correct. 43. Sophia.
Guidon.
Yes, that is correct. 44. Twan.
Sword.
Repeat that again. I'm sorry.
Sword.
Yes, that is correct. 45. Briley.
Grief.
You got it. So we still have hanging in there Sophia, McKenna, and Claire with 1 strike. 46 to you, Ron.
Scanner.
That is correct. 47, Matt.
Couches.
That is correct. Nelson?
Scrubbed.
Yes. McKenna?
Rugs.
Repeat that, please.
Rug.
Okay. Jason?
Market.
That is correct. Claire? 51.
Sculpt.
That is correct. Avi?
Nouns.
Correct. Grace? 53.
Technician.
You got it. 54. Erdem?
Charger.
That is correct. 55.
Onion.
Yes, that is correct. 56, Tuan.
Pillows.
That is right. Briley, 57.
Speculation.
You got it. Again, we're going to word 58.
Let's just stop and give him a hand, please.
58 to you, Ron.
The last word was speculation.
The last word was speculation.
Boxes.
That is correct. 59, Matt.
Garland.
That is correct. 60, Nelson.
Purse.
Yes, that is correct. McKenna.
Point.
That is incorrect. That is McKenna's second strike. Jason, last correct word was purse. We need word 61.
Lens.
That is incorrect. Claire, it's to you.
Lanyard.
That would be it. Good job. 62 to you, Avi.
Point.
Yes, that is correct. 63, Grace.
Keys.
That is correct. 64, Erdem.
Candle.
That is correct. 65, Sophia.
Mugs.
That is absolutely correct. Tuan, 66.
Chandelier.
You got it. 67, we're over to Briley.
Airplanes.
That is incorrect. That is Briley's first strike. Ron, the last correct word was 66, chandelier. We need 67.
The word after chandelier was mascara.
That is correct. Matt, on to you.
Earring.
Correct.
Airplanes.
You got it. Jason,
Lamp.
that is correct. 71 to Claire.
Toys.
That is correct. 72, Avi.
Drives.
That is correct. 73.
Room.
Correct. Erdem, 74.
Vases.
That is correct. 75, Sophia.
Blanket.
Correct. 76, Tuan.
Car.
That is correct. 77, Briley.
Sidewalk.
That is correct. We've made it through 77 words. We have eliminated one with McKenna. Claire, Jason, Sophia, and Briley all have one strike. Last correct word recalled was 77, sidewalk. Ron, it's to you with 78.
Shampoo.
That is correct. 79, Matt.
Cabinets.
That is correct. 80, Nelson.
Inflation.
You got it. 81, Jason.
Cut.
That is correct. 82.
Hallway.
Correct. 83, Avi.
Leash.
Correct. 84, Grace.
Toilet.
Absolutely. 85, Erdem.
Fragility.
Correct. 86, Sophia.
Money.
Correct. 87, Tuan.
Machines.
You got it. 88, Briley.
Wreath.
You got it. We are back, Ron, to you. Last word, 88, wreath. Word 89, please.
Staircase.
You got it. 90, Matt.
Weaving.
You got it. Nelson, 91.
Campground.
Yes. 92, Jason.
Keyboard.
Yes. 93.
Eyes.
Yes. 94, Avi.
Photo.
Yes. 95, Grace.
Failure.
Yes. 96, Erdem.
Maps.
That is correct. 97, Sophia.
Screwdriver.
That is correct. 98, Tuan.
Climb.
You got it. Briley, 99.
Escalator.
You got it. We are almost at word 100.
In our normal competition, usually by 75, we've eliminated. This is the best of the best you're seeing.
Okay, Ron, to you, word 100.
Wires.
That is absolutely correct. Matt, 101.
Gossip.
That is incorrect. That is a strike for Matt. Nelson, word 101.
Bag.
That is correct. Jason, 102.
Trees.
Correct. 103.
Gossip.
That is correct. 104.
Acorn.
Yes. Grace, 105.
Bedrooms.
That is correct. 106. Erdem.
Eyeliner.
That is correct. 107. Sophia.
Rumor.
That is incorrect. That is her second strike and the second person eliminated. 107 now goes to you, Tuan. The last word was eyeliner.
Read.
That is correct. 108, Briley.
Nachos.
That is correct. So we have now gone through 108 words. We have eliminated McKenna and Sophia. Briley, Jason, Matt, and Claire all have one strike. Ron, back to you. After nachos, word 109, please.
I wish I knew, but I don't. I'll pass it to the next guy.
Okay, that would be a strike then, Ron. 109, Matt.
Misery.
That is incorrect. That is a strike for Matt. That is Matt's second strike. Nelson?
Oh, we're going to do 4 people?
It's yes, we need 4 people. Yes.
After nachos, rumor.
You got it. 110 to Jason.
Kitten.
That is correct. 111 to Claire.
Figurine.
Yes. 112, Avi.
Not sure.
That would be Avi's first strike. 112, Grace.
Tapped.
That is correct. 113, Erdem.
Gargoyle.
That is correct. Great job. Tuan, 114.
Jar.
That is correct. 115, Briley.
Salads.
Excellent job. You can hear they've kind of started getting a little slower there. So we are now, Ron, last word, salads, 116 to you.
I'm out.
Okay, so Ron, that would be Ron's second strike. We have eliminated our 4. So excellent job. We made it to 116. And now this is where they continue, and not for elimination purposes, but for bragging rights and a nice little stipend. So Ron is out. Nelson, the last word recalled was salads.
Hearsay.
You got it. Jason?
No, I don't got it.
Okay, so Jason is now further eliminated from, okay, so after Claire.
Nugget.
You got it.
Sorry, nuggets.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Avi.
Pass.
Okay, so. Yeah.
Bulb.
That is correct. Claire, yeah, Avi's passed. Grace is still going. Erdem, 119. Last word was bulb.
Pains.
That is incorrect.
Choose.
That is correct. Briley, 120.
Pains.
That is, yeah, you just caught it. And yeah, that is incorrect. So Nelson.
Oh, I have to say that one, right? Pain.
Yeah, pain. He made it plural, folks. That eliminated it. So, okay, now we're going to Claire, 121.
Right.
That is correct. 122, Grace.
Butterflies.
Yes. 123. Is Erdem? Okay, Erdem, you can still, you only have one strike.
Bowl.
That is incorrect. Erdem is eliminated.
Arrow.
That is correct, Tuan. Great job. Back to Nelson, 124.
Conditioner.
Yes, that is correct. 125, Claire.
Wing.
Yes. 126, Grace.
I don't know.
Okay. Erdem, do you know what 126 is?
No.
Okay. Tuan.
Cheeseburger.
That is correct. 127, Nelson.
Nail.
Correct. Claire?
Scar.
Excuse me?
Scar.
That is correct. 129.
Mouth.
That is correct. 130, back to you, Nelson.
Wicks.
Yes. Claire? Grace, is it? Yeah.
Music.
Did we skip you, Grace? No, I'm done. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Music.
Yes, that is correct. 132, Tuan.
Sneakers.
That is correct. 133, Nelson.
Nelson.
You're done past 132. Okay, so now it's going to be
Subway.
Subway, okay. And Tuan?
Ceiling.
Yes.
Barking.
Yes. Tuan?
Plate.
Yes. Claire?
Lime.
That is incorrect. Tuan, do you know the last word that she missed? The last one was plate, 137.
Pass.
That would have been knife. But 136 words. So congratulations, Tuan.
Not bad, huh? For people who don't have innate memories that are so natural. Congratulations to Tuan and Claire. Great job. Everyone, great job. That was really one of them. I've seen a lot of the words events. This was the best that I've seen in a long time, and thank you all. So you all get a much needed break for 20, 25 minutes. So Jackson, you'll take them down.
And Robert, just to recap, still, quote, standing, we have left with Tuan, Briley, Erdem, Grace, Avi, Jason, Nelson, and that's it. Those are our 7 going into the tea party.
Yeah. Where's Jackson? Yeah. Okay, so Tony, come on up. Now, Tony's going to show you. Please feel free to take a break. There's also water outside if anyone needs a drink of water. There's a Lumosity table if anyone wants a gift card for Lumosity or try some of their various products. Yes. So do it in about 10, 12. Run it quickly. Here you go. Let them settle. Let them go out.
I said window.
Can you just flip the first 3 slides here? Oh.
And I think this will go forward, this will go back.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, that was a great event. Yeah, you know, I knew that people were going to start falling out that round. What's the first one to go? In the bathroom, or should I stay?
I'll be at least about 7 minutes. Hey, Sam? Robert, are we going to let him pull people up?
Yeah, he's going to do it. You're running your show.
Okay,
Now,
you got it.
do yours first.
Good. All right. Okay. I want to just take you through what is we call the loci. It's LOCI, Roman room. Sometimes they call it the journey method. Robert was talking about how we make associations, how we link and connect to things. And so we're looking at how do we take things that we already know and link new information to it. So when they're going through their words, they've done this technique. They've done what we call the loci. Location, Roman room is another word, and it came from the Roman empires during an event that they were having, and the great leaders were trying to remember how to recall the things that were in order. I'm going to run you through this quickly. I'm not going to take you through the science. I'm going to take you through a room. And I'm going to look for you to remember the items in the room. And then I'm going to give you 13 words, and you're going to link and connect those words. And when we're done, you're going to be able to come back and recall those 13 words. And then I'll tell you, so what do you do with this technique? And why is it even important? So the first thing I want you to look at is that light switch. So the very first item we look at on the side there is the light switch. We're going to call that item number 1. The second thing that we're going to look at on the wall is a sconce. So it's a lamp light sconce that's hanging on the wall. The third thing we're looking at is a picture. So the first item we're looking at is what? Light switch. The second item is, and the third item is a picture. So as you go through this, now we go through it, you're going to start to close your eyes and you're going to start to visualize as you go around this room. So the next 3 items are going to, or the next 5 items we're going to look at is the plant on the shelf. We're going to look at the flower pot. We're going to look at the windowsill. We got a lamp standing up and we got a bookshelf. So what were the first 3 items? Light switch, second item, sconce, third item. And now what do we have? Close your eyes if you can. Close your eyes and see one. If not, leave your eyes open. Get it to the point where you can close your eyes and you have it. But we now have our flower on the shelf, the pot, the window, the lamp, and the books. Now we come over here and we're going to have that's a vase, a television, and we have a light socket. What are the first 3 items? Light switch. Good. The next 3, next 5. Okay, and then we wrap it up with these. The vase, the TV, and the socket. And last but not least, let's see, where do we go here? We got number 12 is the floor mat, and then the 13th item is the doorway. Now, what are we going to do with those? We're going to close your eyes one last time and walk through those 13 items. So close your eyes one last time, and let's walk through the items. Light switch, sconce. We had the picture. We went over there to the bookshelf. And what was on the floor? We had a window. What next to the window? Lamp to the lamp. And after that, all right, we had the books. We wrapped it up with the vase, the TV, the socket. And we wrap up with the mat and the doorway as we open the door. Now, what are we going to do with that? This is now a location method. You've got these 13 items locked into your memory. Now you want to remember some things. You might be reading a book, or you might be practicing for tests. You want to start making associations. You want to link things to them. So we're going to link some things we want you to remember, a list of things that we want you to remember. So the very first list that we want you to remember, I went backwards. Here it is astronaut. So I want you to take the first item, which was the light switch, and I want you to link the word astronaut and make up some silly, whatever story you want to make up with an astronaut. So for me, I think of that light switch, and the astronaut's going to flip the switch, and the rocket's going to take off on one of its journeys out of NASA. And the word is astronaut. We're going to take the second thing, and it's a tree. What are we doing with the tree? We're taking it to the sconce that we have, and we're going to make a story up in our own minds with the word tree. So now we have the second item with the story we make up. And by the way, each of you can make up the silliest, goofiest story you want to make, but it's your story. It's your way of making associations, links, and connections. The third item we want you to remember is a frying pan. So you're now going to look at that picture that was on the wall, and you're going to remember some story that you make up with the word frying pan. We'll go over to our shelf, and there we see athletic shoes that may be stuck in the plant that we saw. If we come down off of that, we remember the word textbook. We've got our textbook in item number 6. We go over the dog with the dog is barking outside as we look out of the window. We got a baseball then coming off of that. We go to item number 8 is a guitar. We finish with the guitar, and then our next item over was a candle. We finish up with the candle. We got some gasoline inside the TV camera. We have a television, a jacket, and a symphony. So what have you done now? Oh, God, I'm going to take that back. This is some work I was doing in the hospital. I'll come back to that in a minute. So now, what is our first word that we want to remember? Astronaut. So we got an astronaut, and the second word was? The third word. The fourth word. Fourth word. Got our athletic shoes. What's our fifth word? What do we have next to that? I can't hear you. Oh, we got it. Well, that should be easy enough. All right, here we go. Our sixth word, what was in the window? All right, then was number 7, baseball. And then we went to 8. We're going back to 8. What did we have? A guitar. We then had a candle. And off you go to your remaining words. And I'm trying to move this up because we got another piece of work we're trying to do, so I'm trying to pick up a little bit of time here so we get to the next event. But that's a way of taking things and looking at lists. So a lot of work that I've done is in hospitals. I had a bad family experience and wanted to get back in the hospitals and help hospitals to retain and remember the things that they needed to do. And one of the challenges that hospitals have is they have this thing called HCAHPS. They get evaluated on patient experiences and patients that get results, and it can cost the hospital millions of dollars. So I was trying to think and remember, teach the nurses in the room, how do you get people upon discharge to remember the things that you want them to remember? And so we used the hospital room. We anchored each of these 10 to a nurse, just can wrap them out, and thank God they live in their sleep. And then we linked the 10 procedures that they needed to remember for discharge to these 10 items so that a nurse doing a discharge on a patient would know these 10 things need to be done and they need to be done well. Their scores went up like by 40 points, and obviously the hospital got millions of dollars, and I got to go work in 14 different hospitals. Okay. I'm not going to take you through that. Oh, God, this is a mind map. You're going to see a mind map, and this is where I'm going to wrap this up. A mind map is a presentation they're going to get in the next event. They're going to get to have an introduction to 4 people, and they're going to have to remember information about it. We're going to give them a mind map that's going to help them remember it. So let me walk you through a mind map. I'm doing a seminar in New York City. We got half of the room that had to go out into the hotel, and they had to interview somebody in the lobby. They came back and presented it on a flip chart. We had another group, we had an art teacher with us, and we sent her out with the team, and they came back with this mind map. His name is Henry. So they meet this guy, Henry, in the middle of the hotel lobby at Park Central Hotel. And Henry was living in the Upper West Side of Manhattan, and at the time was paying $2,000 a month. Sheila was his was his former love in life, but they got divorced, as you see on the left side here. But she took his prize Jag. Amber was his new love in life. She was Amber was a 24-year-old exotic dancer. He was an attorney in the entertainment field, making $500,000 a year. He had 4 hobbies. He liked to drink French wines, loved to smoke Cuban cigars, raced a cigarette boat, and skied in Aspen during the winter months. They had a boy 11, a girl 8, divorced in 1995, and he was 39 years old when we remembered him. So let's go and close Henry down. And I could have presented Henry to you in this way. And what do you think your ability to recall would be? So I did a session with a group of Boy Scouts, and I showed the Boy Scouts a mind map like this, and I showed the parents a paragraph like this. So the parents come back into the conference room, and we asked them for recall, and they could barely get through 4 or 5 pieces of information about it, and yet the Scouts were able to go through all 27. So a father comes along and says, okay, what's up with this? What's the trick? And we said the only trick is we showed you this to remember. We gave the Scouts this to remember and enhance their recall. So studies I've done with a number of schools. There was a high school, God, he's a lawyer I'm now using. He was a 9th grade student. He did a science fair project. And he went to 9th grade students. He went to his dad's professional workers in their 30 to 50-year-olds, and he went to a senior citizen group. And he did a study where he presented what I'm showing you here, mind maps of people, and he made up Mickey Williams and Disney stuff, and he presented in paragraphs. Well, who would you obviously think did the best of the 3 groups? The paragraph people or the mind map people? Well, I think you know what that answer is, but here's the thing that blew him away in his study that actually won him a science project. Of the 9th graders, the middle-aged people, and the seniors, who do you think did best on the recall? Who did best? The seniors. They outscored all the other groups. Now, why would seniors, now you got to go back and understand the science. From what Robert shared with you earlier, why would seniors do a better job than ninth graders, which is contrary to what most people that are seniors believe. Most seniors believe that the 9-year-olds, they got this young, vibrant, active brain. Of course, they're going to do a lot better. In the memory championship I've done for 25 years, most people think the younger people are going to do better. The older people are not, because they're old. But what do old people have, based on what you saw from Robert? They have life experiences, they have more associations, they have more connections they can make, and they can do it faster. And so seniors did better in this 9th grade science. I won him a science award probably. He's now a lawyer. He actually does work for me. All right, we're going to wrap that up, and we're going to go to the next piece of work.
Okay, so they're going to be coming back up in about 5 to 10 minutes after Sam, a student who volunteered to take on an assignment. So Tony's going to tell you a really practical use of these techniques, which is if you go to a party and you want to remember someone's names and faces. So we gave Sam an assignment, and we'll turn it over to Tony and Sam.
One of the biggest things I get to do is with sales conferences, marketing conferences, because people do a lot of networking. So we want to remember people's names and faces and something about them. So a week ago, I have no idea how Robert got Sam to volunteer to do a Zoom online class for 1 hour on how do you remember people's names and faces. And then Robert says, guess what you're going to do come Sunday? You're going to go meet some people in the audience, and we're going to give you a little bit of time. And is it 10, 12? What was the final number?
I got around 15, but I see around 10 here. So,
all right, so,
yeah.
so Robert's going like, well, you got to remember 15 people. I said, hey, Robert, he's got other studies he's doing. He's had a 1 hour of training, and we're going to let him do. And so I think we've settled on 10, and we're going to let you take over in terms of. But this is 1 hour of training 1 week ago.
Great. Okay, yeah, so I just got this email from Robert, and it said, like, Sam, can I give you a call? That's all the email said. I replied, sure, here's my number. He called me, and then suddenly I'm doing a Zoom call with Tony and Michael, right? Yeah, for an hour, and then I've just been practicing remembering faces and names for a week. So very early stages, let's say. I'm no like memory champion, and I think that's the exciting part about this exercise is how much you can remember if you just sort of try to remember things intentionally and put your attention to it. So without further ado, let me call up the people who I spoke to at some point today. You'll know who you are because I've approached you and asked your name. If you could all stand up. So we've got a few faces here, there. Great, yes. And then if you could just come up to the stage.
First volunteer coming up.
Yeah, we got our first volunteer. So I'll have them all line up, and then I will just
But you didn't know you were going to be on stage, huh?
Yeah. And I did warn everyone that they would be called up on stage, so a few people turned it down. That's okay. Right, so once everyone's lined up, I will just kind of walk through each of you, say your names. You can do, like thumbs up, thumbs down, if maybe thumbs up or like an X if it's wrong, just so it's very like contrasting, and then we can just see how I did. And just to remember, this was over the course of like the last hour and a half, just meeting people randomly, having like a 30-second conversation, and then trying to remember things about them. Okay, so I'll start over here with Alex, who I immediately saw coming in with the red hair, and I was like, okay, easy to remember. And Alex's friend, Mark, correct? Please. Oh, not Mark? Oh, wait.
Name is right.
Okay.
Name is correct. We did not say the relationship.
We didn't. Okay.
Name was correct. We didn't say the relationship, so, and I did forget my wedding ring today, so I don't blame you there.
Okay, thank God. Okay, so it is Mark.
Yeah,
okay.
You got it.
But you are married. Yes. Congratulations.
We're also friends, so,
yeah,
nothing works, yeah.
Yeah, right. Jeremy, I just met Jeremy like, I don't know, 10 minutes ago outside. Jeremy is from Germany and has been doing memory championships for a while.
Oh, well, I was on one competition at the European Open, but yeah.
Right, and yeah, so we met briefly.
Martha was one of the first people I talked to today, so it's been an hour, like an hour and a half, and I think Martha was cool because I remembered you because of your earrings. So you have these like really long, kind of flowy earrings. I'm from Brazil originally, and in Portuguese, the word for ocean is mar. So I just remembered mar, tha, and the tha just, sorry. That's correct. Yes, okay, Martha.
And I had mentioned that I have prosopagnosia.
Right, yeah. You also did talk about, I wasn't sure if you wanted me to mention that, but okay, yeah. Martha has prosopagnosia, and which is a condition where you have a hard time remembering faces.
Recognizing faces, right.
And that was part of why you came here to kind of practice memory. And so you had an interesting name, and I used a combination of the strawberry earrings, which made me think of the Nova documentary, and then the sort of cool necklace that made me think of the Na'vi people from Avatar to create Nava, the name, right? So Nava is here, and Nava's, I believe, brother was here, no longer is here. He had to leave, but his name was Zach, and he was really like enthusiastic about coming up, so sad he had to leave early, but okay, got Zach. Then we have Medium from Spain, and I remember you because of your like memorable sweater, and I thought about a medium, like a magical, like someone who's like speaks to spirits. So okay, then we have Nick, and associated with Nick were Alfredo. I assume what was your relationship to Alfredo?
He's my cousin.
Your cousin. Alfredo and Melanie.
He's my grandson, I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Melissa, yeah. I remember Melissa because of her blonde hair, and again, Portuguese. I guess a lot of these mnemonics come off in your native language more easily, so Portuguese word for honey is mel, and I remember the blonde hair, Melissa, yeah.
Great job.
Cool. Nevin, snow white beard. Portuguese word for snow is neve, Nevin. And you're an MIT alum and also ex-director of the there was a Synthetic Biology Center, right, yeah. So it was good to meet you. You were my first person to say yes, so without you, none of this would have happened. Now we have UD,
yes,
right?
That's right.
Grad student in brain and cognitive science, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Good to meet you, UD, again. And then we have two friends, and this is important because I pictured Anna like doing a video, and then Cami like doing like cameo, like jumping in front. So that's how I remembered your two names. Cool. Did I get everyone right? Okay, great.
Me? Well, I just got mail from a mailing list, and I thought it would be fun.
I'm not catching that. Maybe because
I just heard about the event, and I thought it would be fun, and I dragged Cami to come here with me.
And, are you enjoying the day?
Yeah.
All right. Let me at least get a couple of. Can I get two more people to volunteer? Please. Why'd you come?
I actually came with my music teacher because I'm learning jazz. I've retired from MIT.
Okay.
And I have to play the scales up and then remember to play them down by the notes.
I got
Not
it.
just finger memory, but actually remembering the notes.
Gotcha. This has been a good day?
Good day.
It's been a good day. And you are here, why?
Well, I've written some books that I'm now teaching to my students.
Okay.
But I'm having trouble remembering some of what I'd written over the course of the decades.
All right.
So I really want to be able to have better recall.
What are you teaching?
Psychoanalysis.
Wow. Good. It's been a good day for you.
Yes, it has.
All right. And the couple here, I think we've got a couple over here.
Yeah, so actually Mark told me about this event, and we're here together. Personally, I'm hoping to get some better recall for trivia knowledge out of this. We're kind of trivia people.
Okay.
And I can't do geography. It's like a big gap in my knowledge, so I'm hoping to get some tips on remembering more about countries and facts and things like that.
Oh, God, the first event would have been great for you, the long-term event, yeah.
I was
Gotcha.
taking notes.
Thank you all very, very much. Sam, what do you think, guys? Did he do a good job? All right. Where are we? Okay, are we ready for our next event? Robert, do you want to take this back?
Okay.
Mix them in a different order that they came out to meet in. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes.
The guests? After they introduce themselves and they go off stage. All right, we're about to go into a very practical live event. We call it the Tea Party. We're going to have 4 people come out and give information about themselves. The mental athletes are going to have to listen to it. We're going to let them take some notes. They're going to get a mind map, which you just saw with Henry. And then we're going to take the 4 people off stage, and they're going to randomly come back out. And the mental athletes are going to have to tell you what it was that they remember about these people. This is a phenomenal event, especially, as I said earlier, for salespeople, marketing people that are networking, looking at small business people. How do they remember people at workshops and seminars and things that they do? So this is a skill that is nothing better than I've seen than people meeting people that remember the names and something about them. All right, where are we at with this, Karen?
Okay, so the mechanics to how this is going to work, and this is also for the athletes' benefit as well. There will be 4 guests that will come out and will introduce themselves and go through a list of information, their name, their date of birth, their hometown, what they do, their alma mater, that kind of thing. So they will run through this information the first time. We will meet all 4 guests the first time, and then they will come back out the second time, and the athletes will have the benefit of a mind map, which is a picture drawing, if you will, where they will also meet the guest a second time. Then they will have quiet memorization time on stage. So the total time that they're exposed to this information will be 12 minutes. Athletes, I will, yes, Erdem? Can I grab a pen? Yes, please do. You can take, during memorization, you can take notes. During recall, absolutely not. Yeah, here, Tony. There we go. There will not be.
Anybody else need a pen?
Bear with me. Bear with me.
Another pen?
Yes, we can. We can. You will have the balance of 12 minutes total for memorization time to meet the athletes, or to meet the guests, rather. Then the guests will come back out. No, but that was my, Tony, that's great, but that was my pen. What, Robert?
There's no, during the first 2 talks, they're not allowed to write anything. It's all pure auditory. They can only take notes on the mind maps.
Yes, well, on the mind maps, yes. They can take notes on the mind maps, yes. So when they get to the mind, you are not allowed to take notes until it's mind map time, which is on, yes, on the second meeting or introduction of people. You will get the balance of time, athletes, to get to 12 minutes max. I will tell you specifically what that is. We will do our best to get it up there. If not, you will hear me telling you how much time and giving you warnings and whatnot. The Tea Party guests will then come back out on stage in a different order than they met them in, and we will run through the information. If Briley is first and Briley misses my name, it goes from Briley to Twan, further down until everybody gets an opportunity to answer that information on me. 3 strikes and the athlete is eliminated. We are eliminating 4 in this competition to go to the final, which is the double-decker bust. Do we have any questions from anybody? Grace, it's adorable. The last woman standing and you're right in the middle. We need more women to compete solely because women have amazing memories, but they don't have the competitive spirit that the guys do. And I don't understand why. So you'll notice we had 4 to 16. That's about the ratio as it standards. It's a good idea. Athletes, we're going to run the timer when the people come out, so you will see the time as it's exposed, as it's lapsed on the screen at your, what we've used as a countdown clock, if you will. 12 minutes total, but yes. Yes, starting from when they say, because I will run my timer too. You know, that's just kind of how I am. Robert, are we ready with our guests?
Yes, we are ready. And the first one is coming out.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is James Michael Burke. My birth date is February 11th, 1969. I graduated from Peabody High School South, home of the Tanners, with the class of 1987. I now live in Stoneham, Massachusetts, zip code 02180, and I work at Agility as an AI engineer. I have a dog. It's a black lab named Evie. I enjoy collecting stamps, building paper models, and playing fantasy baseball in my spare time. I drive a 2014 Mercedes C300, and my 3 favorite foods are lobster, barbecue ribs, and ice cream.
Thank you very much. James, our next guest, please.
Hello, my name is Patricia Marielle Buzis. My birthday is March 15th, 1994. I went to Battery Creek High School, go Dolphins, and I graduated class of 2012. I currently live in Bluffton, South Carolina. The zip code is 29910. I work as a tennis pro at the Sea Pines Country Club. I live with my dog, a Great Pyrenees. She's white, and her name is Saber. My hobbies include playing beach volleyball, going running, and playing the drums. I drive a 2007 Cadillac XLR, and my favorite foods are blueberries, tofu, and green peas.
Well, thank you, Patricia. And our next guest, please.
Hello, my name is Kelsey English Dixon. My birthday is April 24th, 1967. I graduated from Steinmetz High School, home of the Panthers, as part of the class of 1985. I now live in Oak Park, Illinois. Its zip code is 60302. I work for Kitchen Art Foods as its general counsel. I live with my Labrador. He's black, and his name is Roscoe. I love baking, playing tennis, and reading in my free time. I drive a 2015 Lexus GS 350. That's gray. And my 3 favorite foods are chestnut stuffing for Thanksgiving, linguine and clams, and pizza.
Thank you very much, Kelsey. Our next guest.
Hello, my name is Alvin Fernandez Jones. I was born on May 1st, 1977. I graduated from Maynard G. Krebs Memorial High School, home of the Groundhogs, in 1995. I live in South Bend, Indiana, zip code 46617. I work at Nabisco as a cookie taster. I have a gray tabby cat named Mish Mish. My hobbies are collecting stamps, making cheese, and making woodcuts. I drive a 2005 Mini Cooper, and my favorite foods are lobster rolls, Twinkies, and celery.
Thank you so much, Alvin. And if we can have our guests come back out again, please. Athletes, you may flip over your mind maps at this time.
Hello, my name is James Michael Burke. My birth date is February 11th, 1969. I graduated from Peabody High South, home of the Tanners, with the class of 1987. I currently live in Stoneham, Massachusetts, zip code 02180. I work at Agility as an AI engineer. I have a dog. She's a black lab named Evie. I enjoy collecting stamps, building paper models, and playing fantasy baseball. I drive a 2014 Mercedes C300. And my 3 favorite foods are lobster, barbecue ribs, and ice cream.
Thank you.
Grace, you're allowed the mind maps, but still no pencil and paper until...
No, they can at this point.
They can?
Yes.
Hi again. My name is Patricia Marielle Buzis. My birthday is March 15th, 1994. I went to Battery Creek High School. Let's go Dolphins. And I was class of 2012. I currently live in Bluffton, South Carolina. The zip code is 29910. I work as a tennis pro at the Sea Pines Country Club. I live with my dog, a Great Pyrenees. She's white, and her name is Saber. In my free time, I like to play beach volleyball, go for a run, and play the drums. I drive a 2007 Cadillac XLR, and my favorite foods are blueberries, tofu, and green peas.
My name is Kelsey English Dixon. My birthday is April 24th, 1967. I graduated from Steinmetz High School, home of the Panthers, as part of the class of 1985. I now live in Oak Park, Illinois, whose zip code is 60302. I live with my Labrador. He's black and his name is Roscoe. I love baking, playing tennis, and reading in my free time. I drive a 2015 Lexus GS 350 that is gray, and my three favorite foods are chestnut stuffing, linguine and clams, and pizza.
Hi. My name is Alvin Fernandez Jones. I was born on May 1st, 1977. I graduated from Maynard G. Krebs Memorial High School, home of the Groundhogs, in 1995. I live in South Bend, Indiana, zip code 46617. I work at Nabisco as a cookie taster. I have a gray tabby cat named Mish Mish. My hobbies are collecting stamps, making cheese, and making woodcuts. I drive a 2005 Mini Cooper, and my favorite foods are lobster rolls, Twinkies, and celery.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you. Athletes, you will have the balance of 4 minutes. Your countdown clock is in front of you. Should you need to look, I will warn you at 1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining. Athletes, your time is up. Please take your papers, put them on the floor behind you. And I believe we are ready to begin with the first guest. Okay, Briley, first guest is yours. Can you please tell me who this is?
Patricia Marielle Buzas.
That is correct. Tuan, what is her birthday?
March 15th, 1994.
That is correct. Erdem, what is her high school alma mater?
Battery Creek High School.
That's incomplete. Yes, that would be time as well. Do you have more to add to it, Erdem?
Do I need to give, like, mascot?
All of the information as it relates to her alma mater.
Battery Creek High School, and the mascot is dolphins. And the graduation year is 2015.
That is incorrect. That would be a strike. Grace, we need to know her high school alma mater.
Battery Creek High School, mascot the Dolphins, and she graduated in 2012.
That is correct. Avi, where does she live?
Bluffton, South Carolina. 26690.
That is incorrect. Avi, Jason, I need to know where she lives.
Bluffton, South Carolina, 29910.
That is correct. Avi, you missed the zip code on that. Nelson, can you tell me what she does for a living?
I think she's a tennis instructor at Seaside Country Resort.
That is incorrect. Briley.
Tennis pro, Sea Pine Country Club.
You got it. So she was a pro, Nelson, and it was Sea Pines, not Seaside. Tuan, what is her pet?
A white Pyrenees named Saber.
Repeat that for me one more time, please.
A white Pyrenees named Saber.
We'll let that go. Okay. Hobbies, I need Erdem.
Beach volleyball, running, and
Time, Erdem. Okay, that would be Erdem's second strike. Grace, can you tell me what her hobbies are?
Beach volleyball, running, and playing the drums.
You got it, Grace. Avi, what does she drive?
A 2007 Cadillac XLR.
You got it, Avi. Jason, what are her favorite foods?
Blueberries, tofu, green peas.
You got it. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Patricia. Okay, and now we're welcoming out our next guest. And Nelson, can you tell me who this is?
Alvin Fernandez Jones.
You got it. Great job. Briley, when are you going to send him a birthday card?
May 1st, 1977.
Absolutely. Tuan, what is his high school alma mater?
Maynard G. Krebs Memorial High School. The mascot was the Groundhogs, and you were class of 1995.
Absolutely. You hit that out of the park. Great job, Tuan. Erdem, where does he live? What would his home residence be?
South Bend, Indiana. 42417.
That is incorrect, Erdem. Unfortunately, that is your third strike. Grace, where is his home residence?
South Bend, Indiana 46617.
You got it, Erdem. It was the zip code. Avi, what does she do for a living? What is her employment? Or him, I'm sorry.
2024.
Yeah, I'm looking at Grace. I'm sorry. What is our guest? What is Alvin's employment?
Cookie taster for Nabisco.
You got it. Jason, what is his pet?
Tabby cat gray named Mishmish.
That's right. You got it. Nelson, what does Alvin do in his free time?
Collecting stamps, making cheese, and making woodcuts.
You got it. Briley, we are over to you. What does Alvin drive?
He drives a 2005 Mini Cooper.
Excellent job. And Tuan, to close it down, what are Alvin's favorite 3 foods?
Lobster rolls, Twinkies, and celery.
Absolutely. Thank you, Alvin. You have a great day. To recap, we have eliminated Erdem. Avi has 1 strike and Nelson has 1 strike. So now we are leading off with Grace. Who would this be?
This is James Michael Burke.
That is correct. Avi, what is his birthday?
November 27th, 1969.
That is incorrect. Jason, what is James's birthday?
February 11th, 1969.
That is correct. That is Avi's 2nd strike. Nelson, what is James's high school alma mater?
Peabody High School, Tanners, 1987.
Excellent job. Briley, where does James live?
Stoneham, Massachusetts 02180.
Excellent job. Tuan, what does he do for a living?
Works as an AI engineer for agility.
You got it. Grace, what is his pet?
A black lab named Evie.
Excellent work. Avi, what are his hobbies?
Stamp collecting, building paper models, and barbecue.
That is incorrect, Avi. That is your 3rd strike.
Collecting stamps, building paper models, fantasy baseball.
You got it. There you go, Jason. Nelson, what does James drive?
A 2014 Mercedes C300.
Excellent work. And Briley, what are his favorite 3 foods?
Lobster barbecue ice cream.
You got it. Thank you so much, James. We have made it through 3 out of our 4 Tea Party guests. We have eliminated 2, and Nelson is the only one with 1 strike. So, Tuan, who would this be?
Kelsey English Dixon.
You are absolutely right. Grace, what is her birthday?
April 24th, 1967.
Great job. Jason, what is her high school alma mater?
Steinmetz High School, Panthers 1995.
Repeat that one more time, please.
Steinmetz High School, Panthers 1995.
That is incorrect. Nelson.
Steinmetz Memorial High School, Panthers 1985.
That's incorrect. Briley.
Steinmetz High School, Panthers, 1985.
You got it, Jason. You missed the year. Nelson, he said Steinmetz High School, Panthers, 1985. You added Memorial. He said 95. Yes. Yes. Okay, so Nelson has 2 strikes. Jason has 1 strike. Tuan, we're going to you to find out, where does Kelsey live? What's her home residence?
Oak Park, Illinois, 60302.
Excellent work. Grace, what does she do for a living?
General counsel at Kitchen Arts Foods.
Yes, correct. Jason, what's her pet?
Black Labrador named Roscoe.
You got it. Nelson, her hobbies?
Baking, tennis, and reading.
Excellent work. Back to you, Briley. What does she drive?
2015 Lexus 350.
You got it. And what are her favorite 3 foods?
Chestnut stuffing, linguine with clams, and pizza.
Excellent work. We have made it through all 4 Tea Party guests. Congratulations. We now finish this round. Briley has 0 strikes. Tuan has 0 strikes. Grace has 0 strikes. Jason has 1. Nelson has 2. But you're all going to the finals. First time ever, we will have 5 finalists up here for the deck of cards.
All right, so you guys go for off stage for a much needed rest, and we're going to have a couple of more
Excellent.
talks.
Robert, how long do they get decompress time?
I would say about, we have 2 talks, let's say around 20 to 25 minutes. Let's think on that ballpark. We'll send you a warning.
20 minutes, guys.
Okay, so Kevin will come up. Yes. Kevin is a senior, or is a researcher at Lumosity, and he studied with Dan Schachter at Harvard, so he's an excellent memory researcher. And he's going to be telling you a little bit. There's the clicker right there. And if you want the pointer, it's right here. He's going to tell you a little bit about Lumosity and memory.
This is in this one. Wow. In this one in there.
All right. So, I'm Kevin, and I am a research psychologist and neuroscientist at Lumos Labs. And I've always been really interested in the science of memory because I think that our abilities to learn and to retrieve and to express our memories is so integral to our lives and to our experiences as humans in a number of different contexts. And I'm really fascinated by the feats of the memory athletes here today. So I work at Lumos Labs on the research team, and we make different products to enrich and support the mind and brain. And today I'll be talking to you a bit about Lumosity, which is our flagship brain training product to enrich the mind and brain. I'll go over a few topics related to our brain training games as they intersect with the tournament here today. So first I'll just talk to you about the motivation and the mechanics behind Lumosity and how it relates to the tournament. And then I will go over a few nuggets of research from our lab, our Lumos labs that we're working on, where we try to categorize the different cognitive dimensions of human performance, and also how these different dimensions sort of underlie rich and complex multidimensional acts like memory that you're seeing today. And I should also mention that all the user data you'll see today with Lumosity users undergoes a pretty rigorous de-identification process. So everything from users is kept private that's sensitive. And we also have a channel through our company where you can actually apply and use these de-identified users' data if you're a researcher for free. And I'll link to that at the end of the slides. All right, so the science behind Lumosity is related to the philosophy of the tournament today. So we believe at our company that all humans can discover what their minds can do, and that we can learn to use our brains more effectively. And for the memory athletes here today, that means learning to use mnemonics and different approaches to help them encode and retrieve information. And for us at Lumosity, that means providing our users with a pretty broad and general brain training program. So we help our users to learn and to use different cognitive skills like memory, and also things like attention and problem solving and reasoning, to help enrich their lives through guided, targeted practice. And you can think of Lumosity as like a mental gym for your brain. So every day you're given different brain training exercises to work on, and along the way you're provided with feedback and insights about how you're doing on these brain training exercises. Along the way, the difficulty of the games also changes depending on how you're doing, so it adapts to how you're doing. And so you're always met with a pretty engaging and fun set of games that's challenging enough but not too much. So here's an example of a game some of you might be familiar with from memory events. It's called Pinball Recall, and it's one of our Lumosity memory games in the program. So each Lumosity game, like Pinball Recall, is designed to target one or more different cognitive abilities, and it's also inspired by a task from the lab or the clinic. So this Pinball Recall game is inspired by the visual pattern span task from the lab and from this logic puzzle called King Kong Con. And in this pattern span task and in this logic puzzle, you have to use information that appears on a visual grid, and then that information disappears, and you have to use it to solve a problem at hand in the task. And Pinball Recall works pretty similarly. I'll show a video clip of it in a second. And so in Pinball Recall, you're presented with these pinball bumpers on the grid, and you have to memorize the location and the orientation of the bumpers and how they relate. Those bumpers then disappear, and you're shown where a pinball enters the grid. You have to use your memory to think about how the pinball will bump off the bumpers and then how it will exit the grid. So let me just show you this and see if it works. So this is an example trial of Pinball Recall, and we'll just watch it a few times. So how it works is you see these bumpers appear, 4 in this instance. This light blue arrow appears where the pinball will go, and then you're asked to select where the pinball will exit. And you can see just from trying this yourself probably that you can't just simply memorize to do this task well. You also have to sort of spatially reason about the grid and use other cognitive abilities like keeping your attention focused on the task at hand. Here's another trial, an additional trial, where you can start to see this ramp up in difficulty. So here now there are 6 bumpers instead of 4. And if you've been to a memory event before, you probably see these bumpers go way up as you continue to do well on the task. So you can see how increasing difficulty here really seems to start to tax your memory. All right, so zooming out a step from this one memory game from Lumosity, I think it's helpful to also share a bit about how Lumosity fits into the world of the memory championship here today, this tournament of champions. So we think that winning a memory competition isn't just about learning mnemonics well. You have to use and be good at other cognitive skills that support your memory. So things like your selective attention, which is your ability to filter out distraction. Things like sustained attention, which is your ability to stay vigilant on a task. Things like response inhibition, which is your ability just to call relevant things to mind. And you can see this play out in some of the competitors here today who are wearing earmuffs or who are closing their eyes or looking away as they perform the task. These other cognitive skills are coming to bear on how you're doing your memory. So rather than teaching specific mnemonics, Lumosity is all about training these broad underlying cognitive dimensions that can assist your human performance. And you can see this borne out here where there's over 50 different Lumosity games in the catalog. It's a broad catalog, and it supports all these different cognitive dimensions that underlie multidimensional acts like memory. So now moving from the motivation and mechanics of Lumosity, we'll talk a bit about some actual data from Lumosity users. And the purpose of this is to show how we use these different cognitive skills to support our memory. And to do that, we'll look at different levels of research in a couple different studies on how we categorize brain training games and human performance. So the first study I'll tell you about was published in 2020 with support from Lumos Labs. And it involved a massive data set. And because we have millions of gameplays from thousands of users with different games over time, we can start to gain a lot of traction on questions like what cognitive processes support and are supported by brain training games, and how can we use what we learn to actually enrich human performance. So in this study published in 2020, it took a machine learning approach because we just saw on the last couple of slides, there's 50 different games, but there's probably not 50 different cognitive dimensions that support gameplay or human performance. So the study took a machine learning approach so that it could learn and extract patterns of information from the different games. And we did this so we could start to learn more about what cognitive dimensions underlie performance. So we have all these different games in the catalog. This is just showing you an example of an approach taken in the study where there were a couple different learning curves shown here. So 2 for attention games. One's called Lost in Migration, and one's called Train of Thought, and a memory game called Speed Match. And a learning curve here refers to the rate of progress and performance on a game over time. The x-axis of each graph just shows you the game count, so how often someone's training on it. And the y-axis shows you the game score. And you can see probably intuitively with the learning curves that as you train on these games, your performance gets better on them. But what's actually pretty interesting is that you can actually reconstruct and predict a learning curve from an entirely different game in a different cognitive domain, this time cognitive flexibility, shown here with the question mark in the graph, just by using the data from the other games. And so you can do this based on a low-dimensional extraction of features from the games and how they relate. And that's enough to just capture how the games relate, and you can fill in that missing data. So going back full circle to our memory athletes here today, you can start to understand with this machine learning and this big data approach, we can start to understand not just how humans are doing these individual games of human performance, but also how these things come together to help us understand the space of all things that your minds can do. And we see this borne out in a number of different ways as well that support the idea of a holistic brain training approach. So now I want to move on. The last thing I'll talk about is another study where you can look at this question from a different level of granularity. So you don't need to use millions of gameplays. You can also look at a different level in terms of brain imaging, which we're currently doing. So in current work at Lumosity, with our Lumosity program, we're actually looking in the brains of people as they play these different Lumosity games in the brain scanner. And we're doing this so we can identify different brain regions and networks that come online as you play these games in the scanner. And so we're answering questions like what's actually happening as someone plays a Lumosity game in the brain? And what can this tell us about the different dimensions of human performance cognitively? So to do this, we chose 12 different games from the catalog as shown here, which are popular with users, and they all come from different cognitive categories or dimensions. And how this worked is we had 24 people who had never played Lumosity games before. They practiced and trained on these 12 games at home. And once they got pretty ramped up on them, we had them come to an MRI scanner in California where we do our brain scanning. And we had them actually play these different Lumosity games as they were scanned. And so we were able to do this because we used a type of MRI scan that's called functional MRI. It measures blood flow in the brain to particular regions that are most active when you do a cognitive task. So the logic is just that brain regions that have more activity as you're doing a task or more heavily involved in that task will show more blood flow to them. All right, so here's some preliminary results. This is just a sneak peek from the study so far. But one of the games we had participants do is that pinball recall game we saw video clips about earlier. And you can see here, looking at users who play pinball recall in the scanner, these are average brain maps across the users in the study. It's showing you average brain activity. And you can see these classic memory regions come online as people are playing the Lumosity game Pinball Recall. So things like the medial temporal lobe, things like the retrosplenial cortex, These are regions classically characterized in the literature as being important for learning and retrieval abilities. And there's a couple different views shown here. So for the medial temporal lobe, you're looking at what's called a coronal slice of the brain. You can think of this as if you were slicing into a loaf of bread. That's the view that you're seeing. And for the retrosplenial cortex, you are seeing a sagittal view of the brain. And you can think of a sagittal view as if you were cutting into the top of your head or cutting into the top of a baked potato and putting stuff on it that you like. All right, so moving on to these other regions that also come online while you play pinball recall on the scanner. And this supports sort of the more broad holistic approach with Lumosity. So as you're playing pinball recall, you start to see other example regions here come online, things like the anterior cingulate cortex and things like the lateral frontal cortex. And these regions aren't always classically characterized as memory ones. These are involved more in things like executive attention, in cognitive control, and how you use your task goals strategically. So coming back full circle to how we think about Lumosity and the memory athletes here today, we think this sort of brain imaging approach can also help us learn more about the vast capabilities of what the mind can do, and also think about how we should be training to support human performance in different dimensions of cognition. So with that, I will just end with some links with QR codes provided by Seth, and these are links to that human cognition project that I talked about earlier. So this is a resource that researchers can use for free to do projects they're interested in with the data set from Lumosity that we provide. There's a lot of different kinds of data that are available. The second QR code is to a blog that summarizes a lot of different research with Lumosity. Some is done by us, some is done by a lot of external researchers who are involved in the HCP. And then lastly, be sure to check out our booth outside if you're interested just in trying the games. We have some tablets here, or if you want to talk with us more about anything. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Yasaman. I'm a neuroscientist at MIT. And the same as you, I'm amazed by how this memory athlete did such an amazing job. Is it even possible to memorize hundreds of words in such a short period of time, memorizing a deck of cards in a minute? Is it even humanly possible, or do they have some kind of superpower? Neuroscientists, by using brain imaging technique, are trying to uncover this superpower. So today, I'm going to review some of this existing literature, and together we are trying to unlock the mystery behind this amazing power. Chao Li was a memory champion. He had the world record of memorizing about 70,000 of digits of pi number. And the way that he was memorizing it, he was chunking the numbers into smaller digits. He visualized them, and he was telling a story for himself to memorize the number. Scientists were interested to see what is happening in his brain and compared to a normal population. So they recruited a group of people who didn't have any experience of mnemonic training, and they used functional magnetic resonance imaging, and they asked them to memorize the numbers, and then they compared their brain. What they found was that in Chao Lu, he was mostly using his visual area and also the brain regions which is responsible for episodic memory when he was trying to remember the numbers compared to the control group. In another study, which was published in Nature Neuroscience by Maguri, they recruited more participants from Memory Championship at that year, and also they recruited some mnemonic technique, and they compared their brain not during the time that they were memorizing the numbers, but also when they were memorizing faces and also some abstract images, such as snowflakes. And they were comparing their brain. What they found was that the region in their brain which was responsible for navigation and spatial memory was activated. And the reason was that all these memory athletes were using method of loci. They had a memory talus in their brain, and when they wanted to store the information and recall them, they were navigating through their memory palace. That's why this region will get activated in them. In another experiment, scientists were interested to know what is happening in the brain of memory athletes when they are doing nothing and they're just resting, not during the time that they were memorizing or recalling the information. So again, they recruited memory athletes and a matched control group, people with no history of memory training, and they look at their brain during the rest and see how they communicate with each other. And they found that there was a difference in the communication pattern in the mnemonic group, and there was a stronger communication between a region called hippocampus, which is a very important region for encoding and for the memory, with other regions of the neocortex. So, based on all this information, perhaps we could unlock a little bit of this mystery that memory athletes are using different kind of mnemonic techniques, some things like visualization, storytelling, method of loci, and based on this, they could tell a story for themselves and use specific regions in their brain that control group didn't use that. And of course, we saw that their brain regions show a different pattern. Now let's go to a next question. Is this really a talent, or all of us can learn it? Boris Konrad, he was also himself a neuroscientist, and he was a memory champion in Germany. Once he was born, I forgot to say that he had the world record of memorizing 280 words and 200 names and their faces in just 15 minutes. He was asked, how does it feel like to born with such a gifted brain? And his answer was, I don't know, because I wasn't born with such a talent, and I learned them. He, as I said, he was himself a neuroscientist. In another paper, in project, he was collaborating with a group of scientists, and they recruited a group of people who didn't have any experience in mnemonic technique. And after they compared their brain with the control group, they divide these three peoples into three. One was assigned for the mnemonic training, the other one assigned for the active group. They were doing some other memory training, and the third one was a passive group. They were doing nothing, and they were just monitoring them. After an intensive period of 6 months training, they asked them to come back again, and then they compared their brain. And they found that the memory training group, the mnemonic group, both their behavior in the memory and also their brain pattern become very similar to the memory athlete one, and they didn't see such an effect in the other two groups. Does this effect last? To test this one, they asked the participant to come back after 4 months without having any kind of training during this period of time. And then they test them again, and they saw, yes, the effect still remained, and the memory was still in an elevated pattern. Now, perhaps based on this literature, we can answer this question, nature or nurture. Perhaps the more weight goes for training, the nurture, that as we saw after just 6 weeks of intensive training, naive participants could show the same brain pattern as the memory athletes. Now the question is mnemonic training only effective for young people, or elderly people can also learn it? To test this one, a group of scientists invited people in an older age, and randomly they assigned them into two groups. In one of them, they teach them a method of loci, the mnemonic technique, and the other one, they were just monitoring them. Of course, in the pre-training, before the training one, they did the MRI, and they found no difference in between their brain. But after the training, they found that there was an increase in the cortical thickness. I must say that the cortex is a part of the brain which is responsible for processing the information. And in this group, the mnemonic group, we saw that there was an increase in the cortical thickness, and they didn't see such an effect in the control group. So based on all this literature, I hope I could convince you that mnemonic technique has a very great impact in everyone's life, but I think it would be highlighted in our educational system and also in the elderly people to prevent further probably Alzheimer and getting worse the symptoms of mild cognitive impairment. Before I actually finish my talk, I just want to bring your attention to something opposite that we were all talking today, and that is the emergence of social media and a smartphone that affect our life and affect our memory. Constant use of social media and smartphone switched our brain into multitasking mode. It makes us too distracted very easily. It shortens the period of our concentration, and it affects our memory. Scientists were also interested to see what is the effect of social media and smartphone on the brain. What they did is that they invited a group of young people who were addicted to social media and smartphone, and they also recruited some people who were not addicted, and they compared their brain. And sadly, they found that people who are addicted to social media are showing both structural and functional changes due to using smartphones. So, based on all we said, I just want to invite you all to put away your smartphone and instead try to do mnemonic training. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Chal. Hi, everyone. I'm Karthik. I am a research scientist here at the McGovern Institute at MIT. So I think mine is the last of the more scientific talks. So I'm going to kind of give a big picture overview for why we are doing this. It's not simply to showcase that anyone can have memory and memory training and so on. There's a much larger social issue at play here. And that is with respect to the health of our society. So I'm going to talk a bit about what's happening in the world and why memory training and cognitive training are necessary, okay? So this is a chart where we are seeing that in the last 200 years, we have more than doubled human life expectancy. And by 2050, humans are, on average, around the world, going to live around 77, 78 years, okay? So what happens with that is that the age demographics is also going to change. You're going to have more people who are going to be older and living longer lives. And again, by 2050 estimates, we have currently 760 million people who are 65 and older. That's about to rise to 1.6 billion people. So the demographics which if you see over here, are skewed. In the 1950s, if you look at the pyramid, it looks like a pyramid. By 2100, it's no longer a pyramid. It's widening in the Middle Ages, and it's only going to widen at the top. So you're going to see a lot more old people. Our societies are not prepared for this. And it actually comes up at an enormous cost. What is that cost? Well, Alzheimer's disease and dementia are increasingly one of the leading causes of death for the elderly people. How much of a leading cause? Here is the answer. Breast cancer has reduced, is at 1.2%. HIV is reduced. Heart disease is reduced. But look at Alzheimer's disease. 140% is accounted by Alzheimer's and dementia and all cognitive decline. Okay? And this is the percentage of population in the US currently who are suffering from dementia and Alzheimer's related diseases. 1 in 9 Americans suffer from this right now. And if you're 85 and above, you're 36% more likely to suffer from cognitive decline. Okay? And it only keeps increasing as you go up from 65 years. Every 5-year increase, the number of people who have a risk of dementia and Alzheimer's disease increases dramatically. Okay? And that's just the US. The global estimate is 46 million people, and it's expected that 140 million people, roughly, will be suffering from AD and dementia. Now, these are very big numbers when you think about it. Every year, millions of people are succumbing to Alzheimer's disease and dementia, and millions of them will die from it. Have you ever heard of a cure for Alzheimer's disease here? Did we have any pills that are going to miraculously solve it? Not yet. And here is the bird's eye view. It's a 40,000 feet view of the current state of dementia. Dementia is a very debilitating disease. It's not just about you and me forgetting certain things. The very core of what people know as themselves is lost. They have their ability to be independent people is lost. This has enormous burden on the social system as well as on personal care. It takes a lot of toll on not just that individual, but also their families. And on top of that, like this Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative report suggests, the cost to the economy is huge. Right now, in 2019, they estimated $2 trillion of economic cost because of Alzheimer's. That's about to blow to $14 trillion. That's like half of the United States' GDP right now. So that's what we are talking about. It's an issue of massive importance and hardly talked about. And here are some risk factors for Alzheimer's. It's a bunch of it. Everyone tends to think that Alzheimer's is only related to genetics and so on, but that's not true. It's also related to your brain health. It's dependent on the environment where you live in. If you're in a highly polluted area, your chances of getting Alzheimer's or dementia or any cognitive decline is very, very high. It depends on how healthy you are, how much of a healthy lifestyle you lead. So Alzheimer's and dementia are not a single component disease. They are a multi-domain disease. And so that means the solution should also be multi-domain. You can't simply expect a pill and it'll cure all the diseases. Well, we have actually spent billions of dollars down the drain, and we have never had a pill that would cure so far. So what is to be done? Long-lasting cures are not there. Tom Insel, who was, I think, informally dubbed the nation's psychiatrist, was the former head of the National Institute for Mental Health. That's where I get a lot of money for my work. Said, I spent $20 billion, and we hardly moved the needle. This led Nicole Rust, one of the prominent neuroscientists in our field, to write a book called Elusive Cures: Why Neuroscience Hasn't Cured Any of the Diseases, and How Do We Change It? So, given that we don't have pills, we don't have cures, and we have seen what's happening with people and their mental health, what can we do in the interim? How can we prevent cognitive decline and impairment, provide better quality of life for people as they age, and gear up our society for the new demographic that's going to shape up how our society is going to be in the future? So what can be done? Any ideas for like from people here? Like, what can we do? I mean, we can let the people work with mice and try to cure Alzheimer's disease, or we have to do something else. There is something else, which is that, yes, there are people who are now currently suffering from Alzheimer's disease. We have to find a cure for them. But I think that we have to go back to the old adage, prevention is better than cure. So what are the prevention measures that we can come up with? This is a very unique report. Not all the time do you see the 3 national academies, the National Academies of Sciences, Medicine, and Engineering, come up with a consensus report. These are the 3 most authoritative national academic bodies when it comes to STEM fields. They came together and wrote this consensus report, where they outlined a chart for how do you prevent cognitive decline and actually reduce dementia. You know what was their first ever recommendation? I have it over here. About what is currently known, the National Institutes of Health and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention should make clear that positive effects of the following classes of interventions are supported by encouraging, although inconclusive evidence. What do you think are those 3 recommendations? Any guesses? Do you think it was a pill that you had to take? Do you think it was, trying for magic pills and magic cures and whatnot? What do you think? Yep. Yep. Sleep is part of it. It's part of being healthy and physically active and all that. Cognitive training. That was at the very top of their recommendation. Second one was blood pressure management and hypertension management, because increased vascular risk factors also affect your brain and your health. And third thing, of course, much like every other domain where any recommendation for health is increased and better physical activity. Have you heard of this report before? And people still think that a pill will be the solution to all our problems? Do you think our health-related issues will be cured by purely by pills? No. We have seen that, and it's failed massively. So from the same report, what did they say? It included a broad course of training that included processing speed that Robert talked about, the problem-solving abilities, as well as memory. These include very, very rudimentary things. They're not talking about something like insane. They're talking about your ability, even as you get older, to learn a new language, to remember the list that you require to actually go to a grocery store and buy whatever you need to buy. Stuff like that, that you're not dependent or, you're surrogating it to your smartphones and whatnot. This is what they're pushing for. And this comes up not because of a simple recommendation that just 3 academies got together. This is one of the very few longitudinal studies. It's called the ACTIVE study, Advanced Cognitive Therapy for Independent and Vital Elderly. It's one of the very few longitudinal studies that's been done in this country. What is a longitudinal study? It's a study that is done over a long period of time across a large number of people. And they want to assess what are the health outcomes of those people. Okay? So this is from this ACTIVE study where they said cognitive training, managing hypertension, and increased physical activity, of course, including better lifestyles like better nutrition and food and sleep, are what helps in preventing or even delaying the onset of dementia and AD. Okay? And what was their conclusion? Their conclusion is evidence for cognitive training impacts is encouraging but inconclusive, because they need more studies to say, it's like equivalent of giving a Surgeon General's warning. Smoking causes cancer. Like we don't have that smoking gun yet. If we do have that, we will just say, all of you should be involved in cognitive and memory training. We don't have it yet. But they also said there are no adverse effects or negative consequences for such training. And it's free. You're not being sleazed by anyone. You can all try it as of now. You don't have to worry about someone else picking your pockets or whatever. It's free. You can do it at home, and it does not take much time, half an hour a day. And that's what's going to change your mental health as well. Finally, that's not the only study. There's a global longitudinal study as well. It's called WW Fingers, where Fingers stands for Finnish Geriatric Study, Intervention Study to Prevent Cognitive Impairment and Disability. It initially started in Finland, and all the countries that are marked in dark blue are countries where this study is ongoing now, and where it is light blue are countries where it has started. Okay? So what did they do? They came up with a multi-domain intervention approach, and they found that to be the most beneficial to prevent cognitive impairment. Again, any guesses on what were these multi-domain interventions? They included nutritional guidance, physical exercises, cognitive training that included executive functions and processing speed that people from Lumosity talked about, and then complex memory tasks, which involve the stuff that we have seen so far today. Social activities and management of vascular and metabolic risk factors. Imagine this, there are two completely different studies happening in two completely different continents, which are randomized controlled trials, and they came up with various interventions, and they've all landed up on these few different factors. And these are the only ones that have actually shown to ameliorate or delay or prevent cognitive decline. While people are looking for elusive cures, you can start right now by preventing the onset of dementia and Alzheimer's disease. Start memory training and cognitive training. Thank you.
Kartik, I just told Robert we need to get you to Florida as he's going through this presentation through the Jewish Community Center of Orlando and the YMCA and Dr. Phillips Orlando. We started 2 years ago a program called the Memory Institute for people with mild cognitive impairment. In the program, it's 4 hours, 2 days a week. And over the 2 years, it is having a significant difference in the lives of the people and their family members that are being a part of this pilot study. So what he just put up on that last slide is exactly what we've been doing for the last 2 years, and we're observing and seeing the difference in the people that have attended it. In fact, the family members call us the miracle workers. I say us, being my son and a colleague and myself, have put this together. They're now looking to expand it across Central Florida to prove what Kartik just told you is really happening with a group of real people. I'm very emotional about this, as you can tell, because it's making a difference. When people ask me why I do what I do, because I'm making a difference in people's lives, and I don't know how it gets better than that. Karen, it's over to you.
All right, so here we are back with the last 5 for the event that we know is the double deck or bust. There are 2 standard playing card decks, 52 cards per deck. We shuffle them together and represent 104 randomized cards. So it's not one deck shuffled and then another deck shuffled. They could theoretically have 2 queens of hearts back to back, whatever the situation may be. The athletes will get 5 minutes to memorize. Then your set time, 1 or 2 minutes, folks, 1 minute. 5 minutes to memorize, we're asking in complete silence, and then 1 minute because it sets their memory, and then we will roll into recall. It's the first time we have ever had 5 finalists on stage for this. So I commend you all, kudos. Amazing performance. Unfortunately, 2 on that stage will walk home with a certificate and tremendous pride. 3 will walk home with cash prizes. So we will find out as you do how it goes. Yes, Briley?
Just to clarify, the first deck will be the deck on the left.
Yes.
Second deck on the right.
You got it. I'm getting that to you right now. So we have it. So athletes, before you have 2 decks of cards, one on the right and one on the left. If you pick up the one on the left, it will have a 2 of diamonds on the bottom. That goes on top of the other deck. That would be your top deck. Yeah, that goes on top, yes. That is your bottom deck.
Everybody pick up the decks, get that 2 of diamonds that she's talking about. Take a look.
When you're looking at your cards, on the right-hand side, the deck on the right-hand side, that bottom card is the first card I expect to hear you tell me. Yes. Depending upon how you go, yes.
So this is card 53.
Right. So we should start with the right. I think we're confused.
You just said it backwards.
It has to do with how they memorize and how they recall, because we go versus the top down or the bottom up. The card that touches the desk is the first card they will recall. So now we're trying to make sure we're all in the same spot.
The deck on the left is the 2 of diamonds.
Hold on. Okay, so Briley, on this deck, the card that's touching the desk is the first card you will tell me. Okay?
This deck goes on top of that.
So how you memorize it is up to you, but that right deck, that card touching the desk, is the first card I expect for you to tell me. Okay? Any questions? We have 5 minutes set on the timer. I will warn you again, if you have your own timers, you may use them. That's up to you. You will get 5 minutes. We will, at that point, flip it into 1 minute for set time. And then we will begin recall. Yes, we're not showing those until after they're done. No, and that's absolutely fine. It's perfectly okay, because usually we put a placer in there, because when they go through these, they're going to go through them fast. Just remember, if the person before you misses the card, you need to recall that card. Unless it's down to just you and someone else, you do not need to call the card to be the winner. Okay? Good luck. And with that, athletes, you may begin. 1 minute remaining. Athletes, time is up. Please put the decks down. I will begin your minute set time. Okay, athletes, your time is now up. We will now enter into the recall time. Nelson, please start us off with the first card.
10 of diamonds.
Correct. Jason?
8 of clubs.
Correct. Grace?
Ace of hearts.
Correct. Tuan?
5 of diamonds.
That is correct. Briley?
10 of spades.
That is correct. Nelson, back to you.
What was the last card? Oh, 10 of spades.
Yes.
7 of clubs.
That is incorrect. Jason, what comes after the 10 of spades?
10 of spades. 10 of clubs.
That is incorrect. Grace, what comes after the 10 of spades?
King of diamonds.
That is correct. Tuan?
Queen of clubs.
That is correct. Briley?
What was the last correct card?
Queen of clubs.
Jack of spades.
That is correct. Back to you, Grace. What comes after the Jack of spades?
Ace of clubs.
Correct. Tuan?
6 of spades.
That is incorrect. Briley?
What is the last correct
The
card?
last recalled card correctly was the Ace of club.
7 of spades.
That is correct. Grace, what comes after the 7 of spades?
The 6 of spades.
That is correct. Briley, to you.
3 of hearts.
Correct. Grace?
2 of diamonds.
Correct. Briley?
King of diamonds.
Correct. Grace?
Ace of clubs.
That is correct. Briley?
Jack of diamonds.
That is correct. Grace?
6 of spades.
That is correct. Briley?
3 of clubs.
Correct. Grace?
9 of diamonds.
That's correct. Briley?
5 of clubs.
That is correct.
Queen of clubs.
Yes, that is right. Briley?
King of hearts.
That is correct. Grace?
7 of diamonds.
That is correct. Briley.
3 of diamonds.
Correct. Grace.
King of hearts.
Correct.
King of spades.
That is correct.
6 of hearts.
That is correct.
10 of clubs.
Yes.
8 of clubs.
Yes.
8 of spades.
Yes.
3 of spades.
Yes.
9 of clubs.
Yes.
Ace of diamonds.
Yes.
3 of clubs.
Yes. Time, Grace, you have a card? Let me introduce you to Briley Lewis. Briley has overcome some major obstacles to be here today before you. So please, would you like to?
Pardon me, I didn't memorize any speech or anything. First off, a few thank yous. If I'm standing here today, it's because I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, and those giants, literal in some cases, are Nelson Dellis, John Graham, Ron White, people who are here today. If we're all here for one reason, it's to spread the art and the sport of memory and how incredible and beautiful it is, and just about nobody has done it as much of those men. So I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for them. Secondly, también quiero decir gracias a mis amigos y compañeros allá en la República Dominicana. Me han apoyado muchísimo y ya ustedes saben quiénes están. Y tengo pocos amigos aquí, Andrea y Becca, que no, creo que no puede estar aquí hoy, pero estoy muy agradecido para ustedes. Vamos a celebrar, y tú sabes, Vivian, Kelsey, Megan, Jack y especialmente Anthony, mi pana. Ya tú sabes, no podría hacer esto sin ti. Estoy muy agradecido. Vamos a celebrar, ya tú sabes. Lastly, I'd like to thank my family that came here, my aunt and uncle, Nick and Marie, my cousin, Melissa, her son, Alfredo. You guys were there for me in Orlando, and it was incredible having you there. I couldn't thank you enough. Mom, I love you so much.
Could Aunt and Uncle please stand up so we can all know who you are, please?
Can you stand up, Mom? Mom, whatever I do, you're there to support it. Any crazy thing I do, whether it's ultramarathons or Peace Corps or whatever the heck this is, like you're always there supporting me. And I love you so much. The last thing I want to say is a thank you to someone who couldn't be here today. My other mom, Annette Gettings, passed away about 22 hours ago in the Cambridge Hospital just down the road here. She came out to visit me, to watch me compete. And Annette, I did this for you. And I want to say I will always remember you. I love you. Thank you all.
I don't know how I'm going to follow that up. Briley, congratulations. I had a great time. I have to tell you, cards is not my best event, so I was a little worried. I still don't remember what the next card is.
What is the next card?
I have a diamonds. I must have gotten that wrong because I don't know what happened there. Anyway, doesn't matter because I'm really proud of all the work that everyone's put in. It was so obvious how much preparation how much time they spent on preparing for this event, and I'm really grateful to everyone that made it happen. Shout out to the Lumosity guys. I was really fortunate to be able to work with Lumosity a few summers ago, and it was a really great experience. So thank you to them, and thank you to Tony and Karen, and for David for driving me all the way up here and quizzing me in the car.
Once again, congrats to Briley and Grace. Seriously didn't think I'd make it this far after being away for so long, but I'm really grateful for all the support, and I'm really honored to be here. I'd like to thank my parents for helping me train and driving me up here, my sister, my cousins. Without your support, it really wouldn't have been possible, so thank you.
Just so happy to be here. I'm glad that I got to cards this time. Obviously, I have a lot of work to do, so I'll start preparing tomorrow and for next year. So thanks everyone for coming out, and I appreciate you guys putting on this event.
Just congratulations, Briley. That was awesome. I mean, you deserve it. I'm happy to see you win this thing, and I'm excited to see where you end up. I hope you keep competing. Yes? Okay, good. Yeah, it's been nice to be out here with some of the former greats or current greats, but past champions, and it's nice to be on this stage again for another finals. So thank you all for being here, and thank you for inviting me.
Always. Tony and Karen, come on up. Tony and Karen, come. So the winner will get $5,000. The runner-up, $3,000, $2,000 for the third place. It's caught up in MIT bureaucracy, but I assure you it will be released, and I'm on tape saying this to everybody, so you don't need to worry. I just hope you all enjoyed it, and you see that memory is a lot different than what you think it is. A few people I want to thank before turning it over to the USAMC folks. First, Sarah Frank and Caitlin, who's outside, did a fantastic job, without which this could not have been organized. Caitlin, are you in here, or are you still outside? Paul Shea, where's Paul Shea? Paul Shea has done an incredible job, made this AV really easy to run. The McGovern Institute, Bob Desimone, Gail Luchin, all were extremely supportive. Of course, we've got Bob Schaefer from Lumosity, Kevin, Seth. We've been working with them for a long time. And it's really not, I have to say, as an academic, to be affiliated with this community on a real-world problem, scientific problem, how does memory work, has been quite an honor and a privilege.
Yes. Tony?
Hold on, I got to think. Yes. And Charlie, my former TA, did an excellent job.
Thank you,
there.
Charlie. You made my life so much easier today. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, all I would ask you to do is stay with the USA Memory Championship website, and that'll keep you up to date. And just a few days ago, I got a contract signed with a major TV producer that's interested in putting this out, possibly on Netflix. So God knows where this is going, but boy, 25 years later, if you would have told me how hard this was going to be, I probably would have never started. But we're making progress between the Memory Institute we're doing with the seniors, with kids that we've worked with in schools, and with people that you see here that have the courage that would rather be in a memory competition than that get naked somewhere in New York City. So to that degree, it's a thrill. And to have people come and just see this and learn something, to just go out and share it with somebody else. Why not? And let them know what you did with your Sunday during a holiday weekend. So to that now, Karen, we have a certificate for each of the mental athletes that contributed to this.
Hold that thought, because Briley said he's not done.
Oh,
Briley says he knows the cards. Come on, Briley.
Where'd we leave
put
off?
that to memory. Are you ready
Five
to
of
keep up
hearts.
with him, Charlie? Okay.
I'll do 4 clubs,
4 clubs, get ready.
4 diamonds, 8 of diamonds, jack of diamonds, ace of spades, queen of spades, queen of hearts, 8 of hearts, 7 of clubs, 8 of diamonds, 4 of hearts, 5 of clubs, 4 of spades, 5 of spades, ace of diamonds, 2 of hearts, and then we'll go to the second deck. 2 diamonds, 8 of spades, 10 of hearts, 3 of spades, 2 of spades, 4 of hearts, 9 of hearts, 4 of diamonds, 5 of diamonds, queen of diamonds, jack of clubs, 6 of hearts, 8 of hearts, 6 of clubs, 3 of diamonds, and then here's where I may have to skip a card, but we'll go 7 of spades. What is it?
You got to understand, he's halfway through that second deck. That is amazing, Briley. Absolutely amazing. I just wanted you guys to see. I would bet any one of them up here could do this. But he didn't just stop where he was. He had more. And we love watching them unpack what they can do. So yes, Tony,
Right.
okay.
Here we go. Why don't you hold these off and we'll give them these. What did you get to?
68 out of 104 cards.
This was hosted by the McGovern Brain Institute here. So in recognition of your outstanding achievements during the 25 years of the USA Memory Championship and your qualification to compete in the Tournament of Memory Champions hosted by Massachusetts Institute of Technology, we present this certificate to each of the mental athletes that earned the right to be here. As I said to you earlier, they were the best of the best. So with that, we're going to ask each of the mental athletes that played today to come on up and get their certificate, and we will start with
Jason Smith.
There we go.
Erdem, where are you, Erdem? Erdem, come back up here, please. Nelson Dellis. Nelson, you can add this to all your seahorses. You're going to open an aquarium, aren't you? Briley. Patricia Lee. Patricia, you have been beyond. She was, I don't want to say last minute, but there was something about her first time she's ever competed.
We're going to
That
take
she
a group
ever
picture when we're all
competed
done.
in Florida in September that made us say, you deserve your place on this stage. Thank you.
Stay up on stage.
Matthew Wilson. Where are you, Matt? There you are. All right, where's my old man? Where's Ron White? There you go. I was going to say, you better still be here. Tuan Bowie. Tuan, the last time Tuan competed at one of our competitions, ironically, it was right here on stage. So Tuan, this is what a 6-year hiatus and dusting off the skills can do. Congratulations, Tuan. 3rd place. Simei, are you still here, Simei, or did we leave you or lose you? I know Simei had to go. Okay. Avi. Avi was here. He was one of the finalists in 2018, and he literally just stepped back into competing, was with us in Florida in September, and made the finals. The finals as in Final 3. Sophia Hugh.
Sophia, where is Sophia?
Sophia.
Is she still
Is
here?
Sophia still here? There she is. I will never forget her coming to Con Edison in New York City in their Hershey team, and they had all their names. And being deaf, she had her interpreter, and on the back of her shirt, her nickname was Terp. Grace Smith. Grace, you, as I've always said, you are amazing. So as a Rutgers graduate, I kind of have to say, okay, Penn State, but amazing. Congratulations. I do not think Lance is still here. McKenna, where are you, McKenna?
Right here.
Our first virtual champion, who is beyond amazing as well. These are some of the best memory athletes that the world has to offer.
And I would like to thank Bella. Can I ask you to stand up for us, please? Bella. This Bella right here in front.
Lance,
Oh,
okay.
Lance, I'm sorry.
I didn't
Oh,
know
I'm
that
sorry.
Lance
I
was
thought
still
Lance had gone.
Lance, thank you. Please come up here. We missed you for the rest. Lance's memory is beyond amazing. The last we saw you was 2019. And beyond amazing, what he can do with numbers and cards would blow your mind. Absolutely. Thank you for taking the time and coming. Take your place on stage, please.
Yeah, I remember that year. It was
Thank
actually,
you. I didn't see him.
Karen, that was at Penn State, wasn't it? Or
That was at Penn State in
And
2019.
These two guys, these two giants, Nelson and Lance, I went mano a mano on cards past the deck, was to the second.
And I will never forget watching Lance walk out with his trophy cradled in his arm, and you went home, and that's when you got your puppy. Your amazing little, adorable puppy. But yes.
100, was it 102? I lost 102. Nelson lost on the 102nd card to
Yes.
Lance. So you have,
Yes.
did you have the other two memorized? You need help.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, and I want to just thank Bella, who is Erdem's mom, who made these certificates, and I'd just like her to share a little bit of her interest in this and what she'd like to do with it in the United States.
Right, thank you so much. Well, we're very grateful to be here. It was, I didn't expect to be here, so sorry everybody if it's unprepared. But we work with underprivileged students, not just, Mongolian descent, but rather from all over the world. And we're very happy to have signed a contract and to be, working together with USA Memory Championship, and they'll be providing training. So we would provide this opportunity to more students, not just here, but abroad as well. So we're very happy to announce this while here. So congratulations, Mr. Tony.
Thank you. And Colette Silvestri, can I get you to stand up in front here? And Colette is a teacher from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, has been one of our biggest advocates, and I would say she's pretty darn proud of who's sitting up here on the stage.
I want to tell you something. We have to balance the human performance with AI. And it's incredible because Tuan, Sophia, and Grace also participated in the Central Pennsylvania Memory League. We have to get these leagues up and running again to train our students how to memorize numbers, words, names and faces, everything, to balance out the human memory and human performance. So thank you so much. If they were moving fast, know that they've been doing this since they were in 9th grade. So if Tuan and Grace were going at it, we've all been going at it.
I'm just going to tell all of the contestants. Oh, go ahead.
Yes, I was going to say, 6 o'clock this evening, we are looking to convene athletes, please, with your guests and your family to Nakotaka.
And the Tea Party guest as well can come.
Closing comments, please. I invite Seth from Lumosity to make any closing comments here, and then we'll take some pictures if you want to come up to the front of the stage and do that, Seth.
Yeah, thanks again to everybody who's still sticking around. Congratulations, Briley, on a well-earned victory. Can't wait to see you compete again in the finals. Yeah, I think all of the important messages have already been said. Memory is a trainable skill, and I hope all of you are inspired to take a little time to invest in your own cognition after seeing what these guys can do. Thanks again, everybody.